Yeah, sure. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So hello, everyone. So today I'm going to be talking about a lot of Ocarina of Time glitches. I'm going to be showing off, instead of just showing off one specific run, I'm going to show off a bunch of different glitches that are used in a bunch of different Ocarina of Time categories. For those who don't know much about this game, this is widely considered one of the most glitch-heavy games in speedrunning. We have so many categories that do so many different glitches and have different goals that I wanted to show off lots of different glitches in lots of different categories. So I'm just going to go over a lot of the basic stuff. I'm going to start with basic stuff first, get into some bigger glitches later on, and eventually I'll start showing off some really silly glitches that are just kind of not really useful in speedruns, but just funny. So first thing I want to talk about in speedruns is the text. So see, I'm playing on English right now. So you may have seen a lot of games being played in the Japanese version. That's because the Japanese text is quite a bit faster. You see the text is kind of slow right now. And if I switch the text to English or Japanese, then the text is much faster. The scroll is quite a bit faster. So for the purposes of this exhibition, I'm going to be using English text because it'll make some things easier to understand. But most speedruns are done on the Japanese version. There are no glitch differences, but sorry, what was that?
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, will we see any instances of, let's say, English language that doesn't quite make sense through some of these?
Actually, yes. Later on in the glitch exhibition, yes.
Yeah. Then even more reason to have it in English. Okay, you go ahead. Sorry.
So one thing I wanted to mention is there are no glitch differences between the English and Japanese versions. There's a lot of games where the Japanese version might have more glitches or something. That's not true for this game. This game is actually 100% identical, English and Japanese. The only difference between the two versions is which text is default, because actually both games have the English and Japanese text in them. So everything I do will be possible on a regular English copy too. One thing about the version I'm playing on, I am playing on a special version known as the Practice ROM, which has a bunch of different menus and cheats and tools to help both learn things better and practice better and explain stuff better. So I'll be using a bunch of tools on this to help showcase glitches better. One important thing with this is save states. So I can actually use this to save states and load states, and that'll be really helpful for just showing off lots of different things. So let's get started. I'll start by showing off some really basic stuff. So one of the most basic glitches in the game is known as power crouch stab. So if I just slash this Tektite, it will take 2 slashes to die. And if I do a jump attack on it, it will die in 1 hit. Now, if I just do a normal crouch stab without doing anything, this is just done by shielding and pressing B, it'll take 4 hits. That's without doing anything beforehand. But if I do a jump slash first and then crouch stab, then it dies in 1 hit. So this is because a crouch stab does the damage of your last attack done. So if I do a jump slash and then a crouch stab, then it does jump slash damage. Jump slash doing twice as much damage as your normal sword attack. So by doing a jump slash and then a crouch stab, this lets you do very quick damage, because jump slash is supposed to be like a long attack that does more damage, but now you can do a very fast attack that does a lot of damage too. There's also another glitch that you can combine with crouch stab, which is known as the infinite sword glitch. So if you do a crouch stab and interrupt it by doing some kind of action, in this case, I'm going to try to read this sign. Now, my sword has this kind of glow on it. My sword hitbox is now swinging infinitely. It's continuously out, and it can just break all this grass, it kill enemies, and it has the same power as my power crouch stab, which I just set as a jump slash, which means it also has very high power too. It also has this interesting property of if you try to walk off a ledge, you just kind of don't walk off, you just kind of get stuck there. And also something interesting that happens if you, for example, are in the air and walk off this, then you just kind of get stuck in the air. So that's just another interesting property of Infinite Sword Glitch. And so Infinite Sword Glitch and Power Crouch Stab are 2 of the most important basic tricks in the game. Another very important trick that is lightly related to Power Crouch Stab is the Forest Escape. So when you first start the game, before you beat the Deku Tree, this guy is blocking your exit out to Hyrule Field. He says, like, you can't go out there, Kokiris aren't allowed out or whatever. There is actually a way out. So if you get in this corner here and look a little bit towards the side of the wall and then do a crouch stab in the same timing as you would ISG, then you will actually clip into this guard, ISG being the Infinite Sword Glitch, short for Infinite Sword Glitch. So you can actually clip into him. Now he still kind of blocks you, but from the inside this time. But you can, he kind of like pops up when he goes over this edge here, and you can use that to roll under him and escape early. And so this lets you get out of the forest immediately without having to beat the Deku Tree. There's also an alternate method for getting out of the forest early, which is in Lost Woods. So you can go to Lost Woods straight away. There's nothing blocking you here. And Lost Woods has this secret exit to the Zora's River. But you're not supposed to access it right away. You're supposed to dive to it, but you can't reach it with the normal diving. You need the Silver Scale, which is something you get later on in the game. But something you can do is a Navi dive with a jump slash. So if you do a jump slash on the ground, you'll see that when Link finishes the jump slash, he kind of backs up a little bit. So you can take advantage of that backing up by talking to Navi. So if you do a jump slash off the edge and then talk to Navi, Link backs up off the edge while talking to Navi, which makes him fall off, and he doesn't interact with water while talking to Navi. So you just fall through the water, then you can go to this exit and head out to Zora's River. So those are two different ways to get out of the forest early without having to beat the Deku Tree. So another really basic glitch is known as ground jump. So normally in this game, there's no like regular jumping function, but you can actually do a jump with a glitch. If you set down a bomb, take out an item in your hand and try to grab the bomb while shielding and targeting. Now, nothing really happened, but my C buttons and my B button are disabled. I can't actually do anything. But if you try to do a backflip or a side hop, then Link will actually do this little forward jump here. And so this is really nice because it can let you reach ledges that you're not supposed to normally. Like, for example, here, I can just jump up to this ledge. And here in Sacred Forest Meadow, there's like this big maze with all these moblins you have to go through. But you can actually just use this ground jump to jump up here and completely skip the whole maze. Another addition to it, or another thing you can do with it, is that it skips text. So normally right here, Navi wants to talk to me and tell me about this maze. But with ground jump stored, she actually will not talk to you. For example, if I get rid of it, then she'll actually talk. So it's also nice for skipping some NPC text sometimes.
So we're already getting questions from chat. Maybe after like each section, like each thing, there might be a question or two. If it's okay, if I just like jump in.
Oh yeah, sure.
With something. Does it matter what version the ROM or card is played on anymore?
So for the most part, no. There are some categories and some specific glitches are version exclusive, but the majority of glitches, I'd say like 95% of the glitches in this game are not version exclusive. Mm-hmm. There are certain cases, like the fastest any % run, which is done in 7 minutes, is only done on the GameCube version. There are some glitches that might crash the N64 version, which I will touch on if they come up. So there's occasionally certain things, but the vast majority of glitches will work on any version.
Okay.
Gotcha. And if they are version exclusive, then I'll bring that up.
Gotcha. Well, I had something paused. I assume it was on my end. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so the next glitch I want to talk about is another thing you can do with the Infinite Sword Glitch. So you can also do the Infinite Sword Glitch with a bomb. This is the most common way to start it. And I showed off earlier that you can't really walk off ledges with it. And there's something else cool you can do with it, is that if you shield damage in the air, for example, out of a backflip, then when it hits your shield, you'll just stay in the air. And so this is known as bomb hovering, although you can really do it with any source of damage on your shield, including enemies. So if you just have any shield any damage in the air when you have the Infinite Sword Glitch active, then you can just hover around. And so right now, what I'm doing is shield dropping Bombchus. So Bombchus normally run on the ground, but if they have no ground to run on, then they'll just instantly explode in the air if I just use the shield with Bombchus. And so this is how those Bombchus are just instantly exploding. Now, something I do need to mention is that if you just try to do a backflip and then shield drop a Bombchu, you'll actually backflip too far away from the explosion and it won't hit you. So because of this, you actually have to do something to shorten your backflip. In this case, I'm using hover boots because hover boots have a shorter initial backflip. You can also do things like if you try to use the hookshot in the air, it'll shorten your backflip and that'll let you shield damage also. You can also try to angle a hover, like if you try to walk in an up left direction and then backflip diagonally, then this will also shorten the distance you go backwards. So it's a really, really important, really cool trick you can use to either cross big gaps or climb up really high. Like right now, I'm using this to go over to Ganon's castle way early. You're not supposed to get to Ganon's castle, obviously, until super late in the game, but with this, you can just hover all the way over there. And so I did this starting off a ledge. You can also start it off the ground, but it's a little bit different. So if you try to start it off the ground, you'll actually fall down instantly if you're not high enough. So see, after just a second or so, I just fall back down to the ground. You actually need to get a little bit higher in order to stay in the air. Luckily, 2 bombs is enough to do that though. So you can set 2 bombs side by side and backflip into the explosions consecutively. And then this gives you enough to start to hover off the ground. And then you can just start backflip, shield drop Bombchus, and you can just keep going. You can also shield drop a Bombchus and then backflip to get a little bit of extra height. And so yeah, that's bomb hovering. Pretty important glitch. Very, very nice and useful. Here's one particular use of it. So here in Lon Lon Ranch, normally you're supposed to race Ingo to win Epona, and then he like locks you into Lon Lon Ranch and you're not supposed to leave, and then you can eventually jump over a fence with Epona, and that's how you finally get Epona. Turns out you don't actually need to be on Epona when going over this fence if you want to win Epona. So what you can actually do is get the infinite sword glitch and start a short hover near the fence and backflip over the fence, and then suddenly you're in Hyrule Field with Epona, even though you never had Epona before. So just a very quick way to steal Epona.
Okay, I actually have a question. So if somebody was trying to do bomb hovers for the first time, in terms of like the timing for it, or I don't know, anything around that, like basics wise, like what would you say is the first tip you would offer to somebody who's trying to do their first bomb hover?
Yeah, so most likely a common issue with people trying to start bomb hovering first is just having Kokiri boots on and just doing a regular backflip. Like I mentioned earlier, you need something to shorten your backflip. If you backflip, just do a regular backflip, you'll usually go too far. So just using hover boots will shorten your backflip is usually the easiest way. Also, if you're against a wall, since that'll prevent you from moving backwards, that'll help. But smart, yeah, hover boots is usually the easiest thing for new people.
Cool. Nice.
All right, so next I want to talk about super sliding. So this is another super important trick because this is your go fast trick. So it looks like this. So what's happening here is I want to grab an object while coming up from my roll and while shielding. So it looks like this. And I want my shield to get hit as I'm coming up from the roll. So I'm going to use a bomb, and this is going to hit my shield as I'm coming up while trying to grab the grass. And it'll start pushing me really far backwards. And now this is known as a super slide. I'm going backwards super duper fast. And so to do this, you need something to grab and something to hit your shield. And luckily a bomb can actually do both of those things. I did off a bomb and a piece of grass there, but you can actually do it with just a bomb because a bomb is both grabbable and can act as damage. Oh, it's a bit tricky off a single bomb. Oh, come on. I just got good at this again the other day, and now I'm bad at it again. Okay, I'll just show 2 bombs. So you can do it off a single bomb, but it's easier to do it with 2 bombs. So you use 1 bomb as your damage source and 1 bomb as your grab object. And also, you see how I did a little slide there. So that was known as extended superslide. So you see I'm just kind of turning in place right now. Link's just kind of shuffling his feet, but not actually moving. So this is known as extended superslide, or ESS for short. It's done by holding very slightly outside the dead zone of the control stick. You have to do a very light input on the control stick, just barely touching it. And what's special about that is that it keeps your speed. So if I do a super slide and I hold that extended super slide position, I do lose a little bit of speed before it starts, but then I continue with this slightly slower but still relatively fast speed. And so this is why it's known as extended super slide, because it extends your super slide. But you actually can get max speed out of it if you roll into a bomb like this. And then as you roll into the bomb, if you hold the ESS position barely outside the dead zone of the control stick, and quickly as you get hit, you have to hold the Z and R button to target and shield. Then you will come out of it with a very high speed. And this is known as a hyperextended super slide. So this is the same speed as a super slide, but with the ability to change your angle. So one of the downsides of regular super slide is that you can only go straight forward in one straight line. This allows you to turn without losing any speed. The downside of it is that it's a bit harder to pull off because you have to hold a very specific control stick position the entire time. If I let go of the control stick at all, then I instantly lose all my speed. And also, you aren't going directly backwards when you do this. You're actually going at a slight angle backwards. See, I'm going like a little bit down and left here, a little bit down and right now. And so because of that, sometimes you do want to use a super slide if you want to go directly backwards. But most of the time, you'll want to do a hyperextended super slide, or HES for short, so that you have full control over where you're going. So here's some other uses for it. So more than just going fast, you can also use it to cross gaps if you combine it with the hover boots. So hover boots are an item that lets you stand in the air for a few seconds. And if you do a super slide and then equip the hover boots, you'll continue having that really high speed as you're in the air for those few seconds. And that lets you get over really big gaps like this. And so one of the things that makes hover boots special, especially about high speed glitches in general, is that hover boots have a very slow deceleration. Like, that's what makes them slippery, is that when you stop, you kind of slide for a little bit. And that slow deceleration is really good when it comes to any kind of high speed glitch, because if I just take damage from a bomb and then I equip hover boots, then I get to keep that high speed for quite a while. If I did that closer, I could have made it all the way across. Yes, the direction you hold ESS does affect the direction of the HES. So there's ESS right and ESS left. So you see I'm like switching angles, but right now, like holding slightly left right now to go right and slightly right to go left. So you can control which direction you're going by when you're holding slightly outside the dead zone of the control stick. If you're holding slightly left or slightly right, that will affect your direction. It is a little bit tricky to change between them. It's something a lot of new players have trouble with, is switching between left and right while doing ESS, since you have to be very careful without leaving that certain range in the control stick. But over time, with practice, you can get it. So another high-speed glitch here I want to show off is a Megaflip. So if you roll into a bomb and then backflip out of it, you get a really high-speed backflip. So this is known as a Megaflip. You can do it to cross some pretty big gaps. For example, I can do it here in Desert Colossus to get to this rock with this heart piece. Normally, to get here, you need to ride a magic bean all the way over here. But you can actually just Megaflip all the way down. Sorry, what were we going to say?
I just said wow, but I do have a question from chat.
Sure.
They ask, does the ESS direction you hold affect the direction of the HES?
Oh, yeah, I just went over that. So.
Oh, sorry, I saw that after. I was focused on the actual movement that you were doing, and I was like, hey, look, you have a heart piece. And, always trying to make sure I catch questions.
Okay, yeah, but just to go over it again, like when you are doing an ESS, you have to hold slightly left or slightly right to affect your directions. So I'm holding slightly left, which makes me go right, and then slightly right will make me go left.
Right.
It essentially affects Link's turning, and then so what direction Link is trying to turn is going to affect your speed direction. Okay, so one more interesting high-speed glitch here is in the water this time. So water is pretty good at preserving your speed, especially if you shield damage in the water. So right there, I just shielded a rock from an Octorok, and it sent me flying backwards really fast. And then I can actually preserve that speed by holding any upwards direction between like up left and up right and mashing the Z button. And so this lets me swim all across Lake Hylia super quickly. And you can also turn it into a Hess if you very carefully do it right as you reach land. And also I should probably go over how fast all these things are actually. So I just put a number on screen. That number that I just put on, the 5.5, that's my speed value. So I just want to go over like speed values with all these things. So regular walking speed as child is 5.5 and back walking speed is 8.25. And then for reference, comparing that to a Hess is a negative 18 speed, negative because it's backward speed. So this is quite a bit fast, more than double the speed of just regular back walking. And also rolling speed reaches the max back walking speed of 8.25, but does slowly go back down and has to go back up. So rolling speed is faster than just walking forwards, but back walking has a constant top speed. And then also adults speed values are a little bit faster. Adult has a max walking speed of 6 and back walking speed of 9. Same with rolling speed. Slide hopping is also 8.25, just barely slower than backwalking as adult, barely faster than backwalking as child. But Superslide and Hess again also have the exact same speed. Superslide also being negative 18. So yeah, Supersliding and Hess are very, very fast, very good. You want to do them a lot.
Is there any category that a super slider Hess is not useful in? I feel like it's no. But
I want to say any percent. The only category I think that doesn't use it is any percent, which is the 7-minute run, which I'll get into it. I'll get into how that works a bit later on. But yeah. all that run is picking up something and rotating in place. It's a spin to win run.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Okay, so there's one more way I can preserve speed, and that's with water. And there's also another high speed thing I can do, which is a jump slash recoil. So if I jump slash against this fence, you see my speed was temporarily at 13, which is pretty high. And I went in the water for a split second, and going in the water, I can actually preserve that by holding ESS position. So if I hold slightly outside the dead zone in ESS position again, I can preserve that jump slash speed. And so this is like a midpoint between hyperextended super slide speed and regular backwalking speed, but pretty good. And this also has an interesting property of skipping text. So there's actually an owl in front of Kakariko here, and I just completely skipped talking to him because Link is not allowed to talk to NPCs while doing ESS like this, while holding ESS position. So you can just completely skip NPC text like that. I also want to demonstrate it with a Megaflip into the water. So I showed Megaflip earlier has a really high speed, and water can preserve your speed, which also means that you can combine a Megaflip with water with ESS to also get another version of Hess. So a lot of speedrun categories will first go to Kakariko right after leaving the forest. Most speedruns will not be the Decatry, do the forest escape, which I showed earlier, and then we'll go straight to Kakariko. And so this trick right here, this water extended super slide to go to Kakariko really quick, is very commonly used. And the reason why, so there's two reasons why most speedruns commonly go to Kakariko first. One is to get a bottle. A bottle is a very important glitch, or a very important item for glitches in this game. Most of the bottle glitches I'll be going over later on, as they're part of the more significant glitches portion, which I'll be doing later in the showcase. But another reason is to get explosives early. So you saw most of the things I did with that is for bombs and Bombchus, or using bombs and Bombchus for most of those glitches. So it's really important to get bombs and Bombchus as early as possible. And the earliest place you can get is actually in Bomb of the Well. So just like how I did the forest escape with Navi Dive in Lost Woods, you can do the same thing to get to Bomb of the Well, where you jump slash and talk to Navi, and then Link falls through the water while talking to Navi. And you can enter Bomb of the Well. This is supposed to be a very... sorry, go ahead.
How tight is the timing for like the backward slash or the jump slash and then hitting the Navi?
Oh, the timing for the Navi dive is extremely lenient. It's
Oh, okay.
A lot of people will say it's like baby's first OOT glitch. It's like,
okay.
you can probably pull out your cartridge and do it right now within like a minute. It's super duper easy.
Yeah, I should just do that on the side.
Yeah, it's just jump slash. It's just jump slash on the edge, mash C up while Navi's trying to talk to you. Very easy.
Okay, it's just a mash. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, there's no timing involved in it. Just mash. Okay, so Bomb of the Well is supposed to be a very late game area. You're not supposed to get here until you learn Song of Storms as adult, and then you have to play Song of Storms to empty the well. But thanks to the Navi dive, you can get here early. And we want to get here early because of Bombchus, as I mentioned earlier. So the Bombchus here are actually blocked by something that you're supposed to blow up with bombs, which would be a problem. You're supposed to blow this up with bombs, and then below here is a Bombchu chest. But we can get there without bombs. It's a little bit tricky, but we can do it. So what I want to do is going over here. There's a hole in the ground right over here. So in Bomb of the Well, you're supposed to get the Lens of Truth, which lets you see like fake floors and stuff. And right here, there's a fake floor that leads to a pit, and you fall down and you get trapped in the basement. Well, not really trapped, but you know, you don't want to fall in there normally. So what I want to do is I want to do a hover off of this enemy here. Also, I'm doing a trick known as inverted camera here, where if you release target, press down, and then target again all really quickly, you can actually turn your camera around, which lets you see behind you when targeting, which is really nice and helpful for this. And so I want to get close to this pit, and I want to shield damage in the air and hover off of this enemy right as he comes by. So right now, I'm almost over the pit, but I'm also almost over land. I'm really close to land. In fact, if I just tap up, I'll actually fall back down. So what I want to do is tap up and then press the Ocarina button. And this will make me not land and actually fall through the pit and go into the basement, except the basement didn't load properly. Now, see, there's nothing going on here. You can see a few textures, but basically nothing's loaded. So no matter where you are in a dungeon, all of the collision is always loaded, even if full rooms aren't properly loaded. And so everything, I can still walk around here and everything, and I can actually use a special tool on this version called Collision View, where I can actually see all the collision that's going on here. So you wouldn't be able to see this in a normal game, but this helps demonstrate what's going on. So this is all the Bomb of the Well basement, and you can actually see the whole area down here. And also, I just swam through some water. So that water is the same water that extends from above. So there's supposed to be a bunch of shallow water that goes all around Bomb of the Well, but that shallow water actually extends downwards infinitely. And so I can actually even swim through it from down here. Now this is really important because if I go over here, there's some more water I can swim through. And if I turn on Collision View, you can see I can actually use this water to clip through the ceiling here. And so I clip through the ceiling. If I swim a bit forward, I can land in this room. And this is this room that has Bombchus. So this is really important in most most longer than 10-minute Ocarina of Time speedruns, you very often will come to bottom of the well almost first thing to grab Bombchus, because any explosives is super important, and this is one of the fastest ways to get Bombchus. All right, so next, another super important sequence break, arguably maybe even the most important sequence break in the whole game, is the Door of Time skip. So normally in the Temple of Time, there's a door blocking the Master Sword, and you're supposed to beat the 3 child dungeons, Decatree, Dodongo's Cavern, and Jabu, and then you get the Ocarina of Time, and the Ocarina of Time will let you open the Door of Time. That takes a long time. I don't want to do all that stuff. So turns out there's actually a little crack between the Door of Time and the wall here, and that can be exploited. So what I want to do is a backwards side hop to get through this crack. And to do a backwards side hop, what you can do is if you hold slightly down on the control stick while targeting, Link will slowly backwalk, and if you roll, Link will do like a sideways roll, and when he comes up from the roll, right now, Link is able to do a side hop or a backflip, but he's actually going to do the side hop or backflip in the direction that he's facing right now. So if I were to press down and A, which would normally cause a backflip, he'll end up doing a backwards side hop because he was facing to the side. So what I can do is I can use that. The backwards side hop is actually enough speed to get out of bounds. I need to do a little set up an angle here. I'm going to try a backwards side hop. And this should clip out of bounds, and then after you clip out of bounds, you can jump slash back in bounds into the Door of Time. Then you can come back here, and you can go straight to the Master Sword. And so you can do this pretty much right away. If you combine this with the Forced Escape, you can get to the Master Sword in under 10 minutes. It can be one of the first things you do in the game. And so this is what most speedruns that become adult at some point do. There are a lot of speedruns that actually don't become adult at all, but any speedrun that does eventually become adult, you probably want to become adult almost instantly. And the reason for this is that adult can actually do anything that child can do, adult can, or anything that both child and adult can do, adult can usually do it faster. Adult can use better items like Hookshot. Adult can climb higher ledges. Adult has slightly faster movement in general. Generally, if you can do something as both child and adult, you want to do it as adult. And so most speedruns end up trying to become adult as quickly as possible, sometimes with the exception of getting Bombchus or Zelda's Lullaby pretty early, since those are 2 pretty important items. Zelda's Lullaby useful just for like your standard purposes like getting magic. But after becoming adult, there is one problem. Whereas if you try to leave Temple of Time, the door is actually still here, and it's solid. And a lot of things are only solid on one side in this game, but the Door of Time is actually solid on both sides. And there is a way around this, though, which is actually a simple save and reset. So if you just save and reset the game, you'll appear at the front room of Temple of Time. So this is how the normal save mechanics work in this game. If you save in the overworld as adult, you'll always start at the Temple of Time, and as child, if you save in the overworld, you'll always start in Kokiri Forest in Link's house. And if you ever save in a dungeon, then you'll always just start at the beginning of a dungeon. So because of that, saving and resetting is a pretty nice way to warp around the world quickly. If you ever want to get back to Temple of Time quickly, you just save and reset. And if you want to get past that door, save and reset. So next, before I talk about the next glitch, I want to talk about setups. So in this game has a lot of very, very precise tricks, which would normally make it sound like it's a super duper hard game because so many things are so precise. But what's really cool is that we have ways to make setups for extremely consistent positions and angles and whatever you need for the precision of a trick. So for example, if I go up to this wall and I target it, I will line up perfectly with the wall. I'll have the exact same angle as facing the wall. And there's a lot of things I can do that have exact distances they go or exact angles they change Link's angle by. So like, for example, if I side hop, a side hop is always going to move the exact same amount every time, no exceptions. If I backflip, it'll always move the same exact amount every time. Doing a neutral roll by just targeting and rolling. If I do a side hop and then roll, or a backflip and roll, these will all change my angle and or position by exact amounts every single time, no exceptions. And so we can use the combinations of like all these different movement techniques to have extremely precise setups. And so even the most precise things that you can imagine, like we can have consistent setups for thanks to that. And to demonstrate, I'll do a setup here where I do a backflip, side roll, and then a side hop side roll to get a specific angle. So what I want to do for this next trick is I want to super slide off of the piece of grass to the right of me, but I'm going to use a Bombchus on the grass in front of me. So I'm going to drop this Bombchus, roll, and try to grab the grass to the side of me. And Link is going to start super sliding backwards. So when you do a super slide, Link is trying to grab the object. See, the A button still says grab. If I let go of the shield, Link will instantly try to grab something. And so if I let Link go up the graveyard, when I let go of shield, he tries to grab it, but suddenly I'm in the air now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so this is known as a super slide teleport. So to explain what happens here, when Link tries to grab something, if he can't grab it, he'll actually teleport near it. Like you can actually see a little bit here where Link kind of teleports just a little bit in the grass's direction. But it doesn't care about Link's height. Link's height will stay unchanged. And so I also got the infinite sword glitch earlier. I got the infinite sword glitch before even doing that super slide, which, as I showed earlier, the infinite sword glitch prevents you from falling, which means if I do a super slide off this, Link wants to grab the grass. If he can't, he will warp back to it. His height won't get changed. The infinite sword glitch prevents him from falling, so Link stays in the air. And now I can side hop and get up here. And what's special about getting up this ledge is that I can use this to walk all the way to Shadow Temple. Now, Shadow Temple normally is supposed to be a very late game dungeon. You're not supposed to get there until after beating the Forest, Fire, and Water Temple as adult. But this lets you do it pretty much instantly right as you become adult. And there's one more thing. These stairs here, there's a load trigger on the stairs. So when you go down here, a bunch of torches load. And you're supposed to light all these torches to open this big door. You're supposed to use Din's Fire for this. Sometimes you won't have Din's Fire though. A lot of speedruns skip Din's Fire. So what you can do is actually slide hop over it. Just slide hop over the stairs, and you completely bypass the load trigger for the door and the torches. And you can just walk straight into Shadow Temple with nothing blocking you. And you also get a nice view of the sky outside there.
Can I say one of the best parts about hearing this so far is that I often have questions that come up in my head and they're almost immediately answered. So you're doing a fantastic job explaining so far. This is why I'm talking so little compared to usual.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm experienced with this because I know that people ask this stuff all the time because a lot of the glitches in this are not very intuitive. So I completely understand when people need to ask questions, and so I've gotten used to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So there's actually another method of getting up to Shadow Temple that's also pretty cool. So I just put a number on the screen. That number is Link's Y velocity. So -4 is just gravity. You'll see it'll change a little bit if I do a backflip or side hop or whatever. Just Y velocity. So the reason I have it up is I want to show what happens when I hookshot something. If I hookshot this shed here, temporarily, for a very brief moment, Link's Y velocity goes very high, but then it instantly goes back to 0 once the hookshot has reached its destination. So it's a very temporary high Y velocity, but instantly gets set to 0. What if you could avoid it getting set to 0? So I'm doing this glitch here where I'm actually stuck in place. Link is unable to move. If this happens by rolling into the shed and then mashing the hookshot to try to take out the hookshot immediately as I'm coming up from the roll. And this prevents Link from moving except for these few frames where he's taking out the hookshot again. So I'm stuck in this idle animation for almost the entire time except for those few frames. During those few frames, I can actually use the hookshot. So I'm going to try to use the hookshot here. And then it's immediately going to get interrupted by the idle animation glitch again. And then when I And then when that happens, I get this huge jump. And so that's because that momentary high Y velocity was not able to get fully zeroed out because of that idle animation glitch, which means that a high Y velocity means that you must be going upwards at a high speed, which results in a big jump. So if I do it one more time, jump up, and I can land up here. And I also want to get ISG here. So walking on this area here can be kind of tight, so it's good to have the infinite sword glitch active, just so you don't fall off easily. If you go too far down these slopes, you can actually get stuck, so you want to like stay towards the higher part.
Yeah, I was actually wondering for a bit if it was like something programmed into the wall, like those walls that was keeping you from falling off, but it's ISG. Okay.
Yeah, it's all just ISG. ISG is actually really great for just preventing you from falling in certain areas. Mm-hmm. And also, so there's two reasons why getting to Shadow Temple early is really good. One is for hover boots. Hover boots is a great item for sequence breaking. You can use it in conjunction with high speed glitches like Superslide and ESS and everything for crossing big gaps. You can also use it for more minor sequence breaks in some of the earlier dungeons where you're not supposed to have hover boots. Secondly is Shadow Temple is supposed to be a late game dungeon. And by doing this, you can get to it very early. And normally the requirements for getting into Shadow Temple is, as I mentioned earlier, the forest, fire, and water temples being beaten. But since the game kind of assumes that you need forest, fire, and water temple to be beaten, that means that it kind of thinks that if you've beaten Shadow Temple, then you've sort of already beaten forest, fire, and water. And so I can use that in conjunction with also getting to Spirit Temple early. So Spirit Temple is actually a dungeon that you can technically do at almost any time. You only need to beat Forest Temple to get to Spirit Temple, but it's kind of implied to be a later game area. But there's a few ways to get to it early, even as Child. So as Child here in Gerudo Valley, there's a gate that blocks you off from Gerudo Fortress. Child is not supposed to get to Gerudo Fortress, but using this Cucco, you actually can. If you bring this Cucco onto this post on the fence, you can just barely use the Cucco to jump over the gate and get over here. And this lets you get to Gerudo Fortress early. A few little funny things that I can show off before I do that is these boxes. They're like supposed to be stacked on top of each other, but this one actually doesn't fall. Just kind of floats in the air if you break the below ones. Also, there's a tent here as adult, and if I turn on collision view, so green on the ground when I have collision view on indicates a loading zone. So this is actually the loading zone for the tent. So Child can actually just enter the tent when it's not even there as adult or as Child. It doesn't do anything, there's nothing in there, but it's kind of interesting.
Whoa. Can you break that box that's floating? Is it breakable or is it?
Yeah, I can actually break it with a bomb.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And so, also here in Gerudo Valley, or Gerudo Fortress as Child, so there's this big gate here, and the gate, you're supposed to get rid of the gate by getting the Gerudo card as adult, and then like there's a Gerudo that accepts you as a member, and then opens the gate for you. But as Child, you can actually bypass the gate by going out of bounds here. So you can do a side hop right over this ladder and land on this little out of bounds area. And this wall here is only solid from one side, so I can side hop back inbounds and just completely skip the gate and go straight into the Haunted Wasteland. And it's not only Child that can do it, adult can also get past the gate. So as adult, for an easy way to get past the gate, I want to intentionally get caught. When you get caught here, you get thrown in jail. And getting thrown in jail actually puts you in a relatively good position. This is kind of high up in the fortress. So you're supposed to use the hookshot to get out, hookshotting this wooden panel over here. And if you hookshot this corner right up here, you actually get clipped into the top of the jail. So now you're at the very top of Gerudo Fortress. I want to get on this railing, and by doing a side hop side roll and then just holding up to walk up to it, you can actually get up here. And then if I put on hover boots, you can roll over here, change your angle quickly to a side hop with hover boots, and then land on the same exact out of bounds area. And then also walk over here and do this to go to Haunted Wasteland early. And now for Haunted Wasteland, I'll show it both as child and as adult. So as child, there's actually a few different items you're supposed to have to get through the Haunted Wasteland. One is you're supposed to have either hover boots or long shot to get past this quicksand. Child has neither of those, but there actually is something you can do. If you backwalk over the edge here, it won't sink you fast enough, so you can actually just backwalk through the whole thing. And also, while I'm here, I can actually turn on collision view, which will show the void out zones in Haunted Wasteland. So Haunted Wasteland is kind of a hard place to understand at first, because if you're just, playing the game normally, okay, you just follow the poles. But if you want to go fast, you kind of want to know the exact boundaries. And these red areas are the boundaries. So if I go anywhere in the red, that's going to void me out. And so you get to see like the general path of the Haunted Wasteland better like this. Now for the second part of the Wasteland, there's a Poe up here, and you're supposed to use the Lens of Truth, and then the Poe says, oh hey, follow me, and I'll show you the way through the Haunted Wasteland. Obviously speedrunners don't want to do that. You just have to memorize the path through the Wasteland. And the path isn't too hard to understand. There's like this dip in this point in the Wasteland. You kind of want to just stay on the right side of this dip. Then when it starts going upwards, you want to cross over to the left side. As it starts going downwards again, you want to stay more to the left again. And then when you get closer to this dip, you want to go more right towards the poles, and then this will get you to Desert Colossus without having to use the Lens of Truth. And there's also a pretty fast way to get through the Haunted Wasteland. So you can also just Hess across the quicksand. In fact, you can just Hess across the entire thing. So this is what's commonly done in speedruns. The way speedruns will usually get through the Haunted Wasteland is you just Hess through the whole thing. This is pretty difficult because you're going really fast. You can't really see where you're going. And it's kind of hard to memorize like the exact zones where you void out and everything when you're going backwards at high speed like this. So this is kind of tricky for a lot of beginners. This is like a more advanced thing, but this is what you'll pretty commonly see used to go through the Haunted Wasteland.
Too bad it's really hard for you.
Yeah.
You're showing it off like, yeah, this is like a really difficult thing, and you're just like doing it.
Okay,
I love that.
as a side note, like when I first started trying that, it actually took me like 2 weeks of grinding straight until I could get it at like 50% consistency when I first tried it.
Wow.
It was when I first tried it, it was like no one ever used it in speedruns. It was like a hypothetical thing in speedruns. And one day I was like, I want to try and see if I can do this. And I had to grind it for like weeks before I could even get close to maybe being able to do it in a run. And then like over time, easier strats were made. I got better. Everyone else got better. So eventually now it's more standard, but still considered relatively difficult.
Yeah, for chat, this just shows what the consistency of putting in the time and effort will do. I mean, here you go.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, let's see some more.
Yeah, so next I want to talk about the significance of Shadow Temple early and Spirit Temple early. So I mentioned earlier how Shadow Temple, you need to beat Forest, Fire, and Water to get to Shadow anyway in the normal game. So it kind of assumes that Shadow is, that if you beat Shadow, then you've beaten Forest, Fire, and Water. And Spirit being the dungeon that you can kind of do any time. And so that's important for the light arrow cutscene. So the light arrow cutscene is supposed to be like the end game thing, which the game says is you get when you get all the medallions, or 5 of the medallions. But if I can go into this inventory menu and just give myself Shadow and Spirit Medallion only, and then if I go into Temple of Time with just those 2, then the light arrow cutscene starts. And this is the cutscene where, you get the big spoiler of Sheik being Zelda and the light arrows and everything. So this only needs Shadow and Spirit Medallion to activate. And so Speedruns will often just need the Shadow and Spirit Medallion. There's a category known as GSR, or Ganondorf Source Requirement, which is probably the most common or second most commonly run category, which the goal is basically just to beat Shadow and Spirit Temple to get the light arrows and also get the bow from Forest Temple. And it basically does the glitches that I've shown off. It's just like doing Forced Escape, getting Bombchus, becoming Adult, beating Shadow and Spirit Temple, and then you can go be Ganon, and also getting the bow from Forest Temple, since you need that for that too. Which I'll show off some Forest Temple stuff a bit later. All right, so next cool glitch I want to show off is known as Equip Swap. So there's a lot of items that Adult is not allowed to equip and Child's not allowed to equip. There's like certain items that are exclusive to one age to, you know, make each one a bit more unique. But there actually is a glitch you can do to equip stuff that you shouldn't be able to do. Like, for example, I just equipped Deku Stick. So this is known as Equip Swap. So what you do is you hover the cursor over an item that you want to equip. Then you move to a different item screen, either the equipment or the map screen, depending on which side you're doing it off of. And when you go back to the item screen, you want to hold up left or up right, depending on which direction you're coming from. And on the first possible frame, you want to press the C button you want to equip it to. So I'll move back here and quickly press up left and C right, and it'll equip the item that I was hovering over before over the first item slot that the cursor moves to, which in this case is Din's Fire. And so here I can equip Deku Stick as Adult. So I actually mentioned earlier that some glitches can crash on N64. So using Deku Stick as Adult is actually one thing that would crash the N64 version. I'm playing on the Wii Virtual Console version right now, so this will not crash. It's pretty much the only weird item like that would crash like that, though. So I can also equip Slingshot. Slingshot is kind of weird as Adult. It looks like I'm using the bow, but if I shoot it, it's an actual Deku Seed that comes out. And it also uses arrow ammo. Like, it's actually wasting my arrows, even though it's clearly shooting Deku Seeds. And then you can also use the boomerang. So this is probably the most important one for Adult, is being able to use the boomerang. So the boomerang has a lot of interesting properties that the Hookshot can't do, like bringing items to you, or you can also beat Baronade, the boss of Jabu, which you wouldn't be able to beat if you couldn't use boomerang. And so boomerang as Adult is pretty important. This also works the other way around, where Child can use Adult items. One cool one is the hammer. So Child can use the hammer. It looks invisible, but otherwise works completely properly. So Child can use the hammer to break rocks that otherwise Child couldn't break. You can also try to equip the bow. A bow is also a bit underwhelming because it's literally just Slingshot. There's no difference at all. And same with the magic arrows. The magic arrows, unfortunately, just act as Slingshot. You don't get like fire Slingshot or light Slingshot or anything like that. Just regular Slingshot. And then there's Hookshot, which go ahead.
With the Deku, besides the Deku Stick one, will the other like item swaps on N64 also break the game, or like
no, only Deku Stick. That's the only one, except for the one that I'm going to show off, which will break any version. Okay. If I pull out Hookshot, you would think Hookshot as Child, oh man, that sounds like it should be so good. Hookshot as Child, unfortunately, soft locks Link into whatever movement he's doing before you press it. So like once I try to take out Hookshot, I literally can't do anything. I can press anything I want, nothing happens. Link's just completely stuck. So unfortunately, can't quite get Hookshot as Child. And but you can do a bit more than just equip items as a different age. You can also do some interesting things by equipping the same item twice. For example, I can equip this big Poe, this one single big Poe, onto two different C buttons. And this is important because there's this guy in Market who wants to buy big Poes. And I'm going to turn on a quick text cheat here just so this guy doesn't take up all my time. So you're supposed to give this guy 10 big Poes, and he rewards you with a bottle in the end. But instead of catching 10 different big Poes, you can just catch one big Poe and give him the same big Poe over and over by duplicating it using Equip Swap. And just scam him. And this saves a lot of time in 100% for getting the big Poe bottle. All right, so next I want to start moving on to some dungeon glitches. So we're going to get into the dungeons and show off some of the sequence breaks that can be done in dungeons. Starting off in Jabu. Once you get the boomerang in Jabu, your goal is to find a bunch of tentacles and kill all the tentacles using the boomerang. This eventually leads you to the Big Octo mini-boss fight, which eventually leads you to standing on that platform. And that platform lets you get over to there, which then leads to the boss. But you can skip all of that with a simple Megaflip. You just drop a bomb here, Megaflip on this platform, and get over here and skip that whole section. There's one problem though, which is this switch is a switch that you're supposed to hold down. It's supposed to be held down using the boxes over there, and I can't really bring the boxes over there. But there is something I can do. Turns out this switch is just close enough to the door that you can actually get to the door before it locks again. So if you do a really careful roll directly to the door and open it just the right time, you can open it right before, literally the frame before it locks again. And then in this room, there's a switch on the ceiling that you're supposed to climb up and boomerang, but you can actually boomerang it from the bottom here just by throwing it up there. And then that opens up the way to the boss room. Now, there's also one alternate method I want to show off. This actually isn't used in speedruns that much, but it's really cool. It's one of my favorite things to do. So you can do a hover off of this Beery. This enemy is called a Beery, just a little jellyfish enemy. And every time you shield damage from this enemy, it moves upwards a little bit. Come on, get over here. So yeah, every time you shield damage from this guy, he moves up a little bit. Oh, come on, I can't. No. Sometimes this can be kind of tricky. Get over here. Sometimes luring enemies, tricks that involve luring enemies can be annoying sometimes. So yeah, yeah, for sure. But yeah, the thing is, every time you shield damage, the Beery moves up, which means that you can hover higher again. So you can just consistently mash backflip and just continuously backflip and hover up until you get to the top of the room.
Once you're at this point, like, how do you know if it's still working since you can't see?
Because it's because I can hear Link not being able to move anymore. So
okay.
at that point I couldn't hear Link anymore, so I knew it wasn't working. But yeah, you can just do that to continuously hover up the entire room. Let me try. Okay, let me try one more time.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. This should be a good one. Yeah, so you can just continuously hover over and over again, and Link just continues to go up. And eventually you reach the top of the room. Oh my god, I really fell right at the end. Okay, whatever. But you get to the top of the room, you jump on that platform, and the platform would move down. Okay, but anyway, that's not used in speedruns that often. It's more of a like fun alternative. All right, so next I want to go to Dodongo's Cavern. So Dodongo's Cavern is a dungeon that adults can actually enter completely normally. There's no like even glitchless. There's no restrictions on adult entering this, but it is supposed to be beaten as child. But as I mentioned earlier, anything you can do as both adult and child is usually faster as adult. And with the Door of Time skips, you can become adult without beating this dungeon, which essentially makes it an adult dungeon. Almost all speedruns will try to do this dungeon as adult now. So the first thing you see when you enter this dungeon is this big Dodongo head. And one of the goals of the dungeon is after you get the bombs, use the bombs to light the eyes. and that'll open the Dodongo jaw and let you get to the later part of the dungeon. So you can actually light those eyes with Bombchus. So the Bombchus are supposed to run on the walls. So if you just set this Bombchu down at the right place, it'll run on the wall and can light the eyes from down here, essentially skipping basically the entire dungeon. Yeah, you just light the eyes and then you can go straight to the end. But you wouldn't necessarily want to go to the end right away because you don't want to skip bombs. Bombs are a really important item. So I want to get to bombs quickly though. So one thing I can do to get to bombs quickly is this next trick called a hookshot jump. So first I need to get to low health. This trick does involve a death and a fairy. So I have a fairy in my inventory and I'm going to die soon. So what I want to do is, so I did a hookshot jump earlier in Shadow Temple, or to go to Shadow Temple, and I can do a similar one here. This time I'm going to use a death to interrupt my hookshot. So I'm going to jump in the lava, and I'm going to try to hookshot this ladder and die at the exact same time, and then Link jumps up and lands on this bridge. So this bridge is only solid from one side, only solid on the top, not solid from the bottom. So Link just flies up through it.
That's amazing.
And yeah, this is a fan favorite trick. Everyone always loves this trick. And it gets you right to the bomb chest.
Nice. Do you have like somebody asked earlier if you have a favorite glitch, and then I also want to ask what you think is the most hilarious glitch.
My favorite glitch overall is Hess, but hookshot jumping is also pretty high up there because I love hookshot jumping too. Mm-hmm. Most hilarious glitch, I'll save that for the glitch exhibition because there's multiple that fall into that category. Okay,
sounds good.
Okay, I also want to show off another hookshot jump. So this is, I mentioned, hookshot jump's a fan favorite. This one is potentially the fan favorite glitch. Everyone always loves this one. So I want to go get 5 arrows. So normally to get 5 arrows, you need either the Lake Hylia to be filled, which means you've beaten Water Temple, or you need the long shot plus Scarecrow Song. So let's say I don't have Scarecrow Song and I don't have Water Temple beaten. I still want to get to those 5 arrows. So I'm going to see if I can jump over there. So you actually can't make that gap with just like a super slide plus hover bits or something. It doesn't quite reach. You can hover over, but it's a bit slow. But what I can use is this Skulltula. And so what I want to do up here is get on the very edge of this tree and kill this gold Skulltula. And this is done even in categories that don't get gold Skulltulas like 100%, by the way. This Skulltula just sometimes is even useful in categories that wouldn't regularly get it. So I'm about to get the token on the very next frame, but I'm going to try to press Ocarina and delay it. So pressing Ocarina will make it so I don't get the token immediately. But the game does say that I should have gotten the Skulltula. And what happened is I'm so off screen right now that the Skulltula is unloaded. And as soon as the camera goes back in range of the Skulltula, I'll instantly get it. For example, if I just look up, I instantly just got the Skulltula token as soon as it came back in range of the camera. So what I want to do is, similar to how the death interrupted my hookshot to get the hookshot jump into Dodongo's Cavern, I can use the Skulltula to interrupt my hookshot jump, or to interrupt my hookshot for this tree. So I'm going to hookshot the tree, get it interrupted by the Skulltula, and then do a huge jump. And this lets me jump all the way to the platform with 5 arrows. And one other thing I want to show is, so I can use a cool tool on this version called Free Camera. So I can actually move the camera in a special way. I'm going to set up a cool way to view this so you can get a better view of this. Come on. There we go. So this is what it looks like from a better view. So you get to see how high Link really jumps relative to the map.
I'm just bracing for fall damage, but
Oh yeah.
Oh,
So,
there's a little.
okay, so the reason the fall damage didn't happen initially is fall damage is actually calculated by your initial height compared to your final height.
Oh,
and so
right.
the initial
That's
height
right.
of so the initial height of this area compared to that is basically nothing. But in that second case, I missed it, so I fell down there and actually took damage.
Right. Okay.
All right, so now going to Shadow Temple. So I showed off some ways to skip the Shadow Temple door earlier, but I want to show one that doesn't involve walking around the out of bounds area, because sometimes you actually do load in from just playing the Nocturne of Shadow, but you still want to skip the door. So what I'm going to do is called a bomb push. So if you just set a bomb down on the ground, the bomb actually has collision and can push Link around. And if you set 3 bombs down at once, which is the maximum number allowed at once, you actually notice that it pushes the Link a little bit more. And so the push of each bomb is added together. So you can actually use that to push Link past certain things. So I'm going to get on a very precise part of the stairs and side hop into the bombs. And the bombs push Link enough to completely bypass the load trigger down on the stairs. And so now the torches didn't load again, and I can just walk into Shadow Temple. And now, so in Shadow Temple, one of the first things you do is just going straight to the hover boots. It's pretty early in the dungeon. You just go through a few different rooms. You fight Dead Hand, and you open this chest, and you get hover boots out of it. Really nice item. So you can actually skip almost the entirety of Shadow Temple from this room. So I mentioned earlier how all collision in a dungeon is always loaded at the same time. And this includes loading zones. So I'm going to turn on collision view and free camera. And I'm going to use the camera. I'm going to fly around with the camera a little bit. So if I look just outside of this room in this direction, this room right below here is the room right in front of the boss. And that green square, that's the loading zone for the boss room. So again, the loading zone is part of the collision, which means the loading zone exists no matter where you are in the dungeon. So I'm in this room where I get the hover boots. The loading zone is just over there. It's a little bit out of bounds, but it's, maybe reasonable to get over there. And you actually can. So I'll show a way to get right to the end of the dungeon. So for some of these tricks, I'm loading a macro. This just lets me play a trick back very easily, so I don't have to worry about accidentally failing it or something. So the way this trick works is it's also using a bomb push. So I just set 2 bombs down behind me. Those bombs are going to act as collision, extra collision to push Link through a wall. And I'm going to Hess off this bomb. So I roll into the bomb, start a Hess, go backwards, and equip hover boots. The Hess plus the bombs clip Link out of bounds. Then you can turn the Hess a little bit, do a jump slash, and land in the loading zone for the boss room. And I'm going to show that one more time with collision view and free camera, just so you get a better view of the whole process.
I was going to say, you slowed it down, but it still seems so fast.
Yeah, it's really fast, so that's why I'm playing it again, so you can see the process better. So Link starts the Hess, the bombs plus the Hess speed clips him out of bounds. Passing out of bounds, falls down and hits that loading zone right outside that room.
Oh wow! Just barely.
Yeah. And but sometimes you don't want to skip all of Shadow Temple right away, because there are other things you can get in Shadow Temple. For example, 100% might want to get gold Skulltulas. So going down Shadow Temple a little bit, you get to this room where there's the spinning scythe and a bunch of silver rupees. And you're supposed to collect the silver rupees to open this gate, and then there's a key inside. I don't want to collect the silver rupees though. So I want to show off a glitch that I'm going to use to get there. So if I just roll into a bomb and I shield and hold down, you'll see Link does some kind of weird slide thing. looks kind of strange. So if you do the same thing while also trying to pull out Hookshot, Link ends up doing some really glitchy animations. And if you saw that real quick, it looks like Link was out of bounds for a second. So if I do this again, if you let go of Z while Link is doing these glitchy animations out of bounds, you can aim the hookshot under the ground. And then with this, I can just hookshot past the wall straight to the key and skip that whole room. Now, you're supposed to go back out there and then go down a different path to the deeper part of Shadow Temple. But there's also this path over here. This leads to this cage room, and outside this cage you see a boat, which is part of the later part of the dungeon. And there's also this block. So later on in the dungeon, you're supposed to pull this block, which opens up a shortcut that you can use if you want to get back here early. Now, it sure would be nice if we could, use that shortcut early without having to go through all the dungeon, and of course we can. So if you get in this corner, do some side hops, and then quickly go into C up, move a little bit to the right, and then get out of C up again, and do a jump slash, you will clip through this gate, and you can just go straight out. This skips a very significant part of the dungeon. And then for this next part, for getting to the boat, normally you need to push this block. You can also hookshot the ladder, or you can also just jump to this wheel. You kind of just pop up instantly. And then you can just play the song for the boat and ride the boat to the end of the dungeon. And now for the Bongo Bongo fight, I want to talk about the Bongo Bongo fight. So what you normally want to do at the beginning of the fight is jump slash before you even start the fight. So normally you'd start the fight with a jump slash already stored in your power crouch stab. And when you start the fight, if you hold down, Bongo will stay in front of you instead of turning around. And you want to get the infinite sword glitch right away. So you just hold down, get infinite sword glitch. Come on. And then you can quickly stun the hands with the hookshot or the bow. You can also shoot the eye, because the eye is actually completely vulnerable after you shoot the hands. And then you can just use the infinite sword glitch to stun lock him and kill him super quickly. That is a true stun lock. You can't get out of that. He's just, as soon as you start hitting him with the infinite sword glitch, he's just done. All right, so next I'm going to go to Forest Temple. So when you get to Forest Temple, the first thing that happens, or one of the first things that happens a few rooms in, is this cutscene with a bunch of Poes and the elevator. So these Poes will spawn and then they'll push the elevator down. And the goal of the whole dungeon is to eventually kill all the Poes, and then the elevator gets brought back up, which then lets you access the basement, and then you can get to the end. You can actually get to the basement much earlier. You can actually get to, I keep pausing late, you can actually get to the elevator right now by dropping a bottled item, either a bug or a fish. If you catch it right as the elevator is about to be pushed down, like this, then you catch that thing in the middle of the cutscene, and then closing the text box will actually let you gain control in the middle of the cutscene. And then I can just walk over to the elevator and get down here way early.
So it like breaks the camera in a way.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And so this is really nice for getting a gold Skulltula early. This is really good for 100%, so you don't have to go through all the dungeon to get this gold Skulltula. And of course, skips the need for killing all the Poes, but there's a different reason why we can skip killing all the Poes anyway. Because there is a very easy and quick boss key skip you can do right at the beginning of the dungeon. So on this railing here, I want to get just barely over the railing. And to do this, I'm going to backflip and use the hookshot. So if I just do a normal backflip, Link goes pretty decently far. But if you use the hookshot right away, then it stops all of Link's movement. So I want to use that to just barely get over the railing. Like this. And then if you try to grab the ledge here, the railing clips you into the floor. And now I'm kind of out of bounds, or I have access to out of bounds. And if I turn on collision view again and I look down here, there's a green spot. That green spot is the boss loading zone. So I can just jump and go straight to the boss. It's right there.
Wow.
Very
Somebody
conveniently
wanted to
placed.
It says ask CFG how to show Link looks during a weird shot.
Yeah, sure.
Phrased that earlier?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Oh, now I can't do it. All right, so let me turn on free camera. I gotta find Link. Oh yeah, so it's kind of hard to see because Link's body is like invisible when you're in first person like that. Okay, actually, I can't really show it right now, but I do show something like that during the glitch exhibition, so it'll actually be shown off a little bit later. Okay, so so even though you can skip right to the end of Forest Temple, you sometimes don't really want to do that because you do want to get the bow. The bow is the main item in Forest Temple, which is a pretty important item. So here in this room, there's normally a fight. You have to fight some Stalfos, and you get a key as a reward. And then after you go through the dungeon a bit later on, you get to the top of this room, and you fight another set of Stalfos. And after beating those Stalfos, you get the bow. So you might think, oh, if the second Stalfos fight's at the top, then you just hover to the top, and that should skip most of Forest Temple, right? It doesn't quite work like that. The fight for the second set of Stalfos has a special condition, which is you have to enter the room above a certain Y coordinate. So you have to enter the room at a certain height, or else the fight just doesn't start. And this door is not even close. It's like near the top of the room, or like, right around that area, so that the door at the top activates it. There is, however, a way we can change where we enter the room. And this is a glitch called entrance point glitch. So when I open a sliding door like this, the door only closes once Link gets a certain distance away from it. And so, normally Link takes a few steps away from the door and then it actually closes. If you do something so that Link doesn't get far enough away from it, for example, I'm going to crouch tap the door and then equip hover boots. This gives you a little bit of a boost backwards. Now the door isn't closed yet. So now your entrance point or your respawn point, like used for if you void out or something, is set when the door closes. So if I say walk this direction, now my entrance point got set walking this direction a little bit away from the door. And if I void out, let me get some health so I can void out. So I'm gonna use a cheat to void out. And then when I respawn, you see it walks me like towards the wall, which normally would be impossible. So you can use that to change your entrance point. So what I want to do is change my entrance point somehow so that I can enter the room at the top. And to do that, you need to do a bit of a series of some interesting glitches. This is a really cool one. So first of all, this will require a death, so I need a fairy here. And when I come out this door, kill this guy so that he doesn't bother me. And I'm going to set up for a very precise position for entrance point glitch. And I'm also going to set down a bunch of bombs. So these bombs I just set down, this is for another bomb push. So I'm going to do entrance point glitch plus bomb push. So Link is going to crouch tap the door, equip hover boots, try to open the door, move really far away from it, and the bombs are going to push Link far enough away so that he's inside the door frame, or not inside the door frame, but inside the wall next to the door frame. Now, from inside the wall, I'm going to drop a bomb and try to hookshot that chest. At just the right time, this is going to cause a hookshot jump so that Link jumps up here. And so the door at the bottom only closes once you get a certain distance horizontally away from the door, but it doesn't care about your vertical distance from it. So the door is still open. Now when I move away, the door finally closes. It finally reset my entrance point. Now you can Megaflip against this wall here to get out of bounds. After Link falls out of bounds for a while, he's going to void out. The void out is going to respawn him with the new entrance point set at the top of the room. And now the Stalfos fight starts. And now you can fight the Stalfos and try to get the bow. Fighting these Stalfos, you can just like crouch stab them when they let down their shield. They kind of have a certain rhythm of when they let go of their shield. Like they kind of let go maybe like a second or so after you hit them or after they shield you. See, I'm like waiting a little bit.
Would this trick be best for?
So this is typically used in, actually I think nowadays it's pretty much used in any category that needs to get the bow, which is 100% MST, which is Medallion Stone's Trials, which is basically all dungeons plus the trials in Ganon's Castle, and also Ganondorf's Source Requirement, which is the category where you do basically just Shadow Temple, Spirit Temple, and getting the bow from Forest Temple.
Gotcha.
Oh, where am I? I lost my place.
Sorry.
Whoops. Okay. Oh no, it's fine. I lost. I have so many save states set up that I like forget where I am sometimes.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot. This is really, really cool.
Yeah. There's so much to go over. Okay, so next I'm going to go over to Fire Temple. So in Fire Temple, you normally still have the macro going. In Fire Temple, so you normally want the Goron tunic to make sure you don't die from the heat. So if I go in here, there's going to be a timer that comes up. So this timer is based on your health. So you get 8 seconds per full heart or 2 seconds per quarter heart, or more specifically, 1 second per eighth of a heart. So you may actually see that hearts are just displayed in increments of 1/4, but actually the game keeps track of health in increments of 1/16. So if I bring up my this menu here and I go to my health, so I'm going to try to lure a Fire Keys to hit me. Come on. Come over here. So it'll initially do half a heart of damage, but then this fire damage continues to do extra damage in increments of 1/16. So what I want to do here is I want to have exactly 1/16 health. So I mentioned how each 1/8 gives you 1 second. So if I have less than 1/8, if I only have 1/16, what happens? So here I have 1/16 of a heart. And if I go in this room, then the timer just doesn't even start. So there's just no timer if you have 1/16 health. The obvious downside of this is that literally anything kills you. So it's kind of hard to get through Fire Temple like this. But this is one way to just completely negate the timer if you want to skip Goron Tunic. Now, you really don't need to do this to skip Goron Tunic. With 4 or 5 hearts, you're usually good enough on time to get through all of Fire Temple. But that's for like the absolute minimum if you really need it. So going a bit higher in Fire Temple. So the first few rooms in Fire Temple, you just get a few keys. It's pretty normal. When you get up to this room, you see this cage with a Goron in it and a key in there. And it'd be nice to... this is like a shortcut that you open up later on as you go through the dungeon more. It'd be nice to get through here early. And you might think, oh, you can like Weirdshot the key or something. But then you get trapped in there because the gate is still up. There is, however, still a way to get in there early. So I'm going to climb up here. And there's a block over there. And I'm going to be able to use that block to clip through here. So if you jump in this direction like that, the camera sets up perfectly for a perfect angle for a bomb clip through the wall. So with this angle, you just pull out a bomb and get into this corner. And as soon as the bomb explodes, you hold left and you clip through the wall, and you can clip down into this little tunnel and go straight to this key. If you gain health, yes. If you gain health if you gain health and you move to a different room, it will start the timer, but it will not start the timer immediately. The timer...
Great, you saw the question.
Yeah. So the timer, once you enter a heated room, the way the timer is then, it just stays until you leave the heated room. But if you then leave a heated room and then go back into it, then it will recheck to see what to start the timer at. And yeah, so this trick is really nice because if I climb to the top here, this is the top of this big boulder room maze. And this room is quite a bit slow to get through. There's like multiple keys you have to get. You have to go through a bunch of rooms just to get to the top of this maze, and then you can fall down there and go get that key. So this lets you skip quite a bit of Fire Temple. So going a bit further in Fire Temple, later on, you come to this this room. This is the fire maze, and there's a bunch of fire stuff going on here. There's these proximity firewalls, which once you get close to them, fire will start to come up and try to block you from going that path. Those firewalls are actually pretty slow to come up, though. You can actually, if you go fast, you can get right past them. So if I just do a Hess, you can just Hess right past them before they even get a chance to come up. And now normally towards the end of this room, there's this big firewall, and you're supposed to press this switch to push it down. But you don't actually need to do that because you can actually clip through this firewall. So I'm going to turn on Hitbox Viewer now. So I've shown Collision Viewer a lot. So this lets me turn on hitboxes. So these firewalls have a very interesting hitbox. They're cylinders that follow Link as he moves. And it being a cylinder, cylinders are relatively easy to clip through, especially when it's one next to a wall like this. So something very easy you can do is just take some damage, then back up and backflip, and you just go straight through it. Just go straight through the wall. And while I have this on, I want to just show off some interesting hitboxes. Here's the sword hitbox. Sword is like two triangular planes, or I guess, I forget if they're like triangular or a plane or whatever. But yeah, that's the sword hitbox. It can also show Link rolling. When Link rolls, you see how he like turns kind of red during parts of the roll. That's invincibility. So when Link, if Link takes damage towards the end of his roll, during that portion where the hitbox viewer is red, he actually takes no damage because he's invincible. And that's actually the reason why stuff like super sliding and mega flipping all work. And also why you don't take damage when you do something like a mega flip. Because that's all during Link's invincibility time. And going a bit more higher in Fire Temple, when you reach the absolute peak of Fire Temple, you get the hammer, the dungeon item. Normally you're supposed to use the hammer to go find the boss key and then get to the boss. But really, you can actually just go straight to the boss right now. So what I'm going to do is drop down here with a specific angle that I get from just grabbing the ledge. And I want to get in this corner and hit this wall with the hammer and then equip hover boots. And the hammer sends you backwards really fast, and the hover boots let you preserve that speed for longer. So this high speed lets you clip out of bounds. From this out of bounds clip, you can jump slash, and you fall down basically the entire length of Fire Temple, and you end up falling into the boss loading zone, which is conveniently right below. And there's an alternate method for this with a Hess. I can also show this with a Hess. I'll turn on collision view too. This is pretty interesting. So you can also Hess clip out. Link barely misses the collision for that room right below. Then you do a jump slash and you fall and eventually hit the boss loading zone right above.
So we've seen it with now Fire Force and Shadow. Do the Spirit Temple and Water Temple also have these same, like, we're going to drop into the loading zone with some kind of giant jump thing? Because it seems like a pattern.
Essentially, yes. So Water Temple, I actually will be showing both of those coming up soon. But Water Temple will be a different kind of clip. It's not from above. Spirit Temple has one from above and one not from above. But the one not from above is the more common one and the one that I'm going to show off. A lot of the dungeons actually have multiple different boss key skips. I've only shown like one method for each of them, but each dungeon actually usually has like multiple different ways to skip the boss key.
Okay, sweet. All right.
Okay, so next is Volvagia. So Volvagia is a really interesting boss. So there's actually multiple different fast ways to beat Volvagia. So first thing I want to show off is using a Weirdshot. So before the fight even starts, if I try a weird shot with the bow, Volvagia is actually right under the arena, right there, before the fight even starts, and can take damage. So I can actually just shoot Volvagia a bunch right before the fight starts. Now, I can't kill Volvagia. Volvagia is actually special where Volvagia will only die after being stunned by the hammer. So it is completely impossible to kill Volvagia before the fight starts, but I can get Volvagia down to basically 0 health, or at least low enough health that I'll kill Volvagia in 1 hit. So after this fight starts, I'm just going to stun Volvagia with the hammer. Volvagia is instantly going to die. And it'll be a pretty quick fight. Volvagia is going to go in the hole. Volvagia will pop out of a random hole. Stun. Jump slash. And then Volvagia is already dead. But there's some alternate ways to kill Volvagia too. Doing that before the fight starts is actually a little bit slow. It's actually a bit faster to kill Volvagia during the fight. Because there's actually a different way to do a lot of damage to Volvagia quickly. So Volvagia actually has 2 hitboxes, one for the one that pops out of the holes and one for the one that flies around. If I use a cheat to fall down below the arena and then turn on hitboxes, there's a bunch of these spheres right here. That is Volvagia's other hitbox. That's the flying Volvagia hitbox. You can actually hit that during the fight because you can use a bomb. And that bomb actually hits the hitbox below the ground. You can just drop a bunch of bombs on this hole and continually do a lot of really quick damage to Volvagia.
Huh.
Yeah, so that should be enough damage to kill Volvagia and then dead. And there's an even faster method where you do the same concept but with bombs and with Bombchus and Deku Nuts. So Deku Nuts can instantly blow up a Bombchu. So if I use a Bombchu, Deku Nut, Bombchu, Deku Nut, Bombchu, Deku Nut. And you can also see the Deku Nut hitbox, which is quite massive. But yeah, I can just do this to just do a ton of damage to Volvagia super quickly.
One of the things I've learned about speedrunning is that for Ocarina of Time is that Deku Nuts are severely underrated casually.
Yes, very. Deku Nuts are fantastic.
Yes.
But yeah, so okay. That's another super fast way to beat Volvagia. Oops. Oh god, what am I doing? I almost ruined something. Okay. Alright, so next we'll go over to Water Temple. So normally to enter Water Temple, you need to have the Iron Boots and the Hookshot, and you need to like a Hookshot. You need to Hookshot a certain thing to open a gate to enter with Iron Boots. Sometimes you don't want to have Iron Boots when entering Water Temple. It's kind of slow to get Iron Boots. So one way you can get in is with a clip out of bounds. This uses what's called a ledge clip. So I showed earlier how if you target a wall, Link will face directly towards that wall. The same concept works if you, when you grab a ledge. If you grab a ledge on the first possible frame, if you target, Link will target towards that wall still. And the way that Link moves his body when targeting that wall from that ledge grab completely puts him out of bounds. So you can use this to clip out of bounds, drop out of bounds in Lake Hylia. And the water in Lake Hylia extends really far. Like even though the water is lowered because I haven't beaten Water Temple yet, the water basically still extends the entire distance of the lake. So I can swim in this out of bounds water, and I can just swim all around the inbounds portion and just swim right into the loading zone of where Water Temple starts. And also the camera kind of gets locked after a few seconds. If you get close to inbounds, then the camera can get unlocked. I kind of unlocked it there for a second and then messed up again. Oh no, I got lost. Well, okay, I use a cheat there, but it looks more like this. You just swim directly into the loading zone. Okay, so in Water Temple, I mentioned how sometimes you don't want to have Iron Boots. Iron Boots can be kind of slow to get beforehand. You can actually beat Water Temple all without Iron Boots. But you still need some way to get down through the water. So one way you can go through the water is with a spell dive. So I'm going to make use of these Tektites, and I'm going to try to use Ferora's Wind right as he hits me. And he's just going to push me off the ledge. I fall all the way down through the water, and I get to use a spell at the same time, which Ferora's Wind is pretty good in Water Temple. So this lets you get right down here and go meet Gerudo. So you might be wondering, can you just do the same Navi dive thing that you do for like getting to the bottom of the well earlier or something? So Navi doesn't typically talk to you in dungeons. The only way you can talk to Navi is by using an enemy. And it is technically possible to Navi dive using an enemy, but it is very precise, especially with these Tektites and the way you have to set it up. It's technically possible, but it's really stupid. So basically, the method you want to use is that spell dive.
You answer my question again right before I can ask.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
So Dark Link. Dark Link is a mini boss that casually a lot of people have problems with him. He's really hard for casuals, but if you know exactly what to do, he's actually fairly simple. So the first thing you can do is use Deku Nuts. So if you throw Deku Nuts directly at him, he actually dodges them, which a lot of people think means that he can't be stunned by Deku Nuts. Actually, all you need to do is throw Deku Nuts off to the side. So he won't actually dodge them if you throw them to the side, but the hitbox is so big that it still hits him. So you can just do this. Also, Dark Link's health is equivalent to your own health or your own max health. So Dark Link has the equivalent of 5 hearts right now, with a jump slash doing 2 hearts each. And then final slash, I can just... Oh. Okay. And then another easy thing you can do is if you target away from him and do a sideways slash like this, if you do this while he's behind you, he doesn't really dodge it, and you can just very easily just slash behind you like this. So one thing that's really interesting about Water Temple is there's some weird extra hookshot collision in some places. So I'm going to try to do a Weirdshot here. And come on. So there doesn't seem to be anything hookshotable down here, but actually if I shoot right over here, I somehow hookshot at the wall. And that might seem really weird. And also if I hookshot over here, I can also hookshot it. So if I turn on collision view, blue means hookshotable surface. And so for some reason, there's a hookshotable surface here. So there's no confirmed reason for this, but it's believed that most likely there were hookshot targets here somewhere in development that were eventually taken out, and then they forgot to take off the hookshot collision. But for whatever reason, they are still there, and we can actually make use of them. And what's really nice is that you can do a Weirdshot into this room. This is a room with a key. They can get early with a Weirdshot. If you didn't... if those extra hookshot collisions didn't exist, then you would actually be trapped in this room. But because they exist, you can actually just hookshot straight out with another Weirdshot. And there's another room here too. This also has the same thing, where the ceiling for both sides of this room, on the far side over here and the close side here, also have these extra hookshot collisions. And what's interesting about this room is these actually still exist in Master Quest. And in Master Quest, in this room, there is a big gate across that entire section that's supposed to prevent you from climbing up here, and you're supposed to come in from that door from the other side. But this hookshot collision still being there, it means you can just hookshot right over the gate, which is kind of silly. Pretty nice. So to get to the end of Water Temple, you normally need to have the Water Temple at the highest level and the long shot to hookshot over there. But you really don't need either of those. It's actually very simple to get over this gap. You can do pretty much any kind of high-speed thing with hover boots. Here I'm doing a mega slide hop, and just equipping hover boots clears the gap easily. super slide, Hess, whatever you want, hovering, fairly simple gap to get over. So you can get here without long shot. And then over here, over this boss door, so there's no place to like fall in from above like some other boss key skips, but you can clip through this wall using something called a ground clip. So to explain a ground clip, I'm actually going to go somewhere else. I'm going to go to Goron City. This will just help me explain it a little bit better. So in Goron City, there's this rolling Goron who you have to bomb, who gives you Goron Tunic, and then also opens up this door that lets you get to Death Mountain Crater. So talking to him is actually pretty slow. He talks forever. You really don't want to talk to him a lot of the time. So you can actually clip through this wall and clip through the door by doing a mega flip or mega side hop down here. You just fall directly through the wall and fall in here. And so the way this works is you have to have a high amount of both horizontal speed and downwards vertical speed. And so this is achieved by having a mega side hop, which has, you know, your very fast down horizontal speed, and then after falling a certain distance, you have a pretty good amount of downward speed. Now, if I go back to Water Temple, there's not really, it doesn't look like there's much of a place to get some downward speed, but there's sort of a little workaround you can do by doing a hover. So if I do a short hover in front of the door, just a quick one, barely off the ground. So if you take out sword in the middle of a hover, you will very quickly fall to the bottom. This is actually terminal velocity. You instantly get max downward speed as soon as you pull out your sword. You also get a decent amount of speed if you get hit by a bomb. So what we want to do here is lay a bomb, and right as the bomb is about to explode, pull out sword and fall. And at that moment, you have a high amount of both downward speed and horizontal speed, even though they're from different sources. And that's enough to clip you through the wall, clip you through the door, and go straight into the boss room. And now for Morpha. So Morpha is a fairly easy... Morpha has a fairly easy boss strategy. I think even casuals figured this out. Kind of just lure Morpha into the corner here. Hookshot Morpha, and then you can just like quick spin, do any attacks to just hit Morpha into the corner. Very simple. Morpha just can't get out. But there's actually an even faster strat you can do. This only works with either Big Goron Sword or Deku Sticks. And this is also a luck-based strat, so Morpha can appear on any of the sides or any of the corners of the platform you start with, so 8 possible starting directions. This only works if Morpha starts on one of the sides and not the corners. If you get lucky, you can crouch stab with Big Goron Sword or Deku Sticks, which just barely reaches, and crouch stab Morpha to death very quickly. And the fight lasts like 5 seconds.
Oh my god.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's both a relatively hard strat and luck-based, and you kind of need specific conditions to do it. I think 100% is the only category that really does it, and all dungeons can also do it as child with Deku Sticks, which Morpha as child is a whole roller coaster too, because if you don't do that strat as child, then you have to like lure Morpha into jumping so you don't have to hookshot Morpha. It's quite a ride. All right, so now going over to Spirit Temple. So Spirit Temple is quite a long dungeon normally. You have to... The first part is you have to do Spirit Temple as child, and eventually you work your way up to that hand up there, which has a Silver Gauntlets chest. Once you get the Silver Gauntlets, you can do the adults section of Spirit Temple, which eventually gets you to the Mirror Shield. And then from the Mirror Shield, you can do the last portion of the dungeon. So you can actually get straight to the Mirror Shield without having to do the child side or without having to do the adult section to get up to Mirror Shield. You can actually hover up there from out here. And this is all because of Mirror Shield being outside of the dungeon rather than inside. So you can start a hover right on these stairs. And I'm going to start doing a Bombchus hover upwards. Oops. So you do a few hovers upwards first, and then you have to turn around. So to turn around, you have to do something special where normally your angle is locked facing one specific direction when hovering, but there's one frame when you shield drop a Bombchus where you can actually target the Bombchus where the green thing happens, like right here. And during that one frame, if you target the Bombchus there, you'll unlock the camera like this. And when you do this, if you hold up left or up right, let go for a second, and then press a different direction, you can change your facing direction. So this allows you to turn around in a hover. So then you start hovering the other direction. You also want to be careful with gways. They can mess up your hover. This guy looks like he's... Okay, no, he's flying away. From here, you backflip up, and you would normally fall, but the infinite sword glitch prevents you from falling here. You do one ESS turn, and then backflip up to this seam. So this is a very tight walk up here. You can only barely walk up here. This guy is gonna... Okay. You can barely walk up here, and then from here, you can hookshot the silver gauntlets chest. I don't care about silver gauntlets. Most speedruns do not get silver gauntlets. They're usually not that useful. But getting up here is a perfect position to do a super slide. Oh, come on. And then doing a super slide, you can cross this gap and get to the other hand. And this is where the mirror shield is. And you got the mirror shield. And then once you get the mirror shield, there's only a small portion of the dungeon left. Basically just getting the boss key, but really you don't even need to get the boss key because there's, as you can probably guess, a boss key skip. So this is the main room of Spirit Temple where there's this big statue. Later on in the dungeon, you lower a mirror and melt the statue's face to get inside, and then you can open the boss door. You can actually clip inside that statue. And gotta load something up here. So if you walk up the statue's arm here and pull out a bomb, this bomb can clip you through here. And then if you shield right as you clip out, it'll push you back in. Then you can do some movements here to climb up this other part of the statue and climb up on the sword here. And with hover boots, if you do some precise backflips here, you'll clip like inside, in between the head of the statue and out of bounds, and you can like walk right past the boss door from the other side. I'll show that one more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see if I can get a free camera version. Let me restart this. This is kind of a bad angle. Yeah, Link barely clips out, clips right back in. Just doing a lot of movements to climb up this, climb up the statue. And then he does some backflips here to clip into the head, and then you walk right past the boss door from out of bounds and into the boss room.
So you're getting back in bounds, but like only once you hit the loading zone. Like you're still kind of out of bounds.
Actually, you're not even getting back in bounds because the loading zone expands a little bit outside of inbounds. So the loading zone is bigger than you would think. So it actually extends far enough out of bounds that you can still touch it from out of bounds.
Nice. Okay.
And all right, so now when you enter the boss room, you normally you're greeted with this Iron Knuckle, which is actually Nibiru, and you have to fight this Iron Knuckle. And then after this, there's a pretty long cutscene, and we really don't want to watch the cutscene. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this Iron Knuckle down to very low health, but not quite dead. Okay, so now the Iron Knuckle is one hit away from dying, and I'm going to lure it into this corner here. So you can actually hookshot the Iron Knuckle. I'll demonstrate right here. If I hookshot it, I actually get dragged towards it. If you hookshot something really close to a wall, you can actually clip out of bounds. So what I'm going to do here is have the Iron Knuckle attack, drop a bomb, get really close, hookshot, clip out of bounds. The bomb is going to kill the Iron Knuckle. Now Link is out of bounds, falling, is about to void out, and then respawn with the cutscene gone, and no need to watch the whole cutscene. All right, now, so I'm going to go...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to make a joke.
Go ahead. Oh.
You're good, you're good. Keep going.
Okay, okay. Okay, so now I'm going to Gerudo Training Grounds. And in Gerudo Training Grounds, you're normally supposed to go through a bunch of what are supposed to be more difficult rooms. It's like an optional, harder mini dungeon. It's not really that hard. You're supposed to collect a bunch of keys, and eventually you get to the Gerudo's secret treasure, which is ice arrows, which most people probably know isn't really great. There's a faster way to get through Gerudo Training Grounds, though, which is a Weirdshot. You just do a Weirdshot, and you skip the whole thing. You can just hookshot straight to the end. And that makes that pretty long optional dungeon into something that lasts about 30 seconds in a 100% run. And you can also do something similar as Child. So I showed earlier how you can get to Gerudo Fortress as Child, even though you're not supposed to. And Child can actually clip into it. Even though you're supposed to talk to a Gerudo guard to open the gate, Child can clip in just by a simple jump slash clip. You just jump slash at just the right point, and Child can hit the loading zone and jump right in. So Child can't do a Weirdshot with a hookshot, at least. But there is another method that Child can do to clip in. So this is actually a Child exclusive glitch. When Child drops from vines, or in this case a gate, and then re-grabs it, for a very brief moment, Link actually clips a little bit through the wall, just very slightly. And if Link takes damage during that, he will clip entirely through the wall. So you just drop from the vines, pull out a Bombchus, grab it again, and then you just clip straight through, and you can go straight to the ice arrows. So now I'm going to go to Ganon's Castle. Ganon's Castle, when you enter it, has there's these 6 barriers you need to bring down. You need to go through all these trials, use the light arrow on a beam at the end, which will eventually bring down this barrier, which allows you to go into Ganon's tower. There's something else you can do, though, to skip that entire process. So I'm going to turn on collision view again, and there's something weird about collision view here. So I mentioned earlier, green means a surface is a loading zone, and this entire wall, for some reason, is a loading zone, which is really weird. So you can't just touch it. Nothing will happen if you touch it. You have to be at least a little bit higher to activate it. So I'm going to do a little bit of a hover. Do a short hover here, backflip, and then I do end up hitting the loading zone. And that loading zone is the loading zone into Ganon's Castle. So you can just go straight in and skip the entire thing.
That's so weird.
Yeah, we actually have no idea why there is a loading zone there. It's very strange.
Yeah. With the ice arrows thing, is it more common in runs for people to be an adult or a child when they're trying to get them? Or like, I assume it depends, but...
Yeah, more commonly adult. In older runs, a very long time ago, it used to be more commonly done as child. But over time, because it's really only used in 100%, only 100% ever gets ice arrows. In really old 100% runs, it was more common for child to be going through Gerudo Fortress. But as time went on, it was more advantageous for adult to go through Gerudo Fortress. And so now adult is the one that gets ice arrows usually.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so now I want to show off the Ganon Fight. So the Ganon Fight has a really interesting way to speed it up. So I'm going to Superslide into the Ganon Fight. And when you Superslide into a cutscene, you can actually keep your shield held up. This is actually something exclusive to Supersliding and not Hess. You can't do this with a Hess. This is an advantage of Supersliding specifically. So normally in the Ganon Fight, after you get your sword knocked away, all of your weapons are set to only do 1 damage to Ganon, and that makes it so that you are supposed to hit Ganon 10 times to knock him down. The exception to this is the Master Sword and the Deku Sticks, because those are 2 items that you're not supposed to use on Ganon anyway, because your Master Sword is supposed to be knocked away, and Adult isn't supposed to use Deku Sticks. So if you Superslide into the cutscene, and you keep the shield held up the entire time, you don't actually lose the Master Sword. Even though it looks like the Master Sword just got knocked away, I still have it. And now, so this non-depowered Master Sword can actually do full damage on Ganon. And this means that it'll only take 3 hits to knock him down on the first phase. So this first phase goes way faster than it's supposed to. And then, even though you still have the Master Sword in your hand, you still have to pick this up. Looks like there's 2 Master Swords. It's required for the fight to advance. And then you can just continue to fight him. You can also use a crouch stab. Instead of super sliding into the cutscene, you can also do a jump slash before the fight, and then crouch stab using the hammer. But most of the time, super slide is better. And then also you just continue jump slashing Ganon, and you fight him pretty quickly. Okay, so I think that's about it for the first section of this. So I actually have this separated into like 3 different sections. That was like the section of the more general glitches for most speedruns. The next section is going to be more about the bigger glitches. I think we want to take a break now.
Yeah, I think it would be a great time. Well, especially for those who are seeing maybe some of this for the first time, you need a couple minutes for it to maybe sink into your brain because it's a lot of information and it's only going to get more wild from here. I assume that we'll be seeing a lot of
the next section is the big one.
I'm so excited. But yes, it's good to just always good to get up and stretch, take a quick break. Make sure you have water. I want to give you all time because this is enrapturing, but like, you stretch and get your water, hydrate, stretch.
I definitely need some water after all the talking I've done.
Yeah. I know I should actually drink more water too. So everybody hydrate. And super, super cool. So hello, ZFG, once again.
Hello.
Hi. I know I've been not talking much this episode, and that's okay with me. Like I was just telling him a minute ago, look, I can sit back and just watch it. This has been fantastic. So I'm going to leave it to you. Feel free to count down so we can start the timer back up and show us some more.
All right, yeah, so we can go in 3, 2, 1. All right, so the next section I'm going to be showing the more significant glitches. These are like the super duper big glitches that are even banned in certain categories, but also just have so many different uses and can really break the game even more than anything I showed earlier. So the first thing I want to show off is some things involving bottles. So I mentioned earlier how bottles are a very important trick in speedrunning, but I didn't really go over any particular tricks that use bottles too much. This is going to go over the important things with bottles. So first of all, I'm going to show off an old trick, bottle duping. This might even be known to a lot of you guys that haven't seen too many speedruns. This is pretty well known. You swing a bottle and you pause and equip something else over it, and a bottle dupes over it. So here I just turned my Lens of Truth into a bottle. Fairly standard. So there's a different method of bottle duping, and this is known as shield swipe. So what I want to do is I'm going to drop my fish, and first I have to explain how the game actually does the process of catching something in a bottle. So when you swing a bottle, it catches whatever you catch. It puts whatever you catch over the last item button you pressed, which makes sense because if you press C down, which has a bottle, then the fish should go in the bottle on C down. But sometimes that isn't the case. You can actually make it so that your last button pressed isn't the bottle, even though you're swinging the bottle. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull out the bottle and shield and press a different item. In this case, I'm going to press Ocarina. That updated my last button pressed. Now I'm going to target, let go of shield while still holding the bottle. This will cause the bottle to automatically swing. And now the fish went over the Ocarina. And that's because the Ocarina updated to my last item button pressed because I never let go of the bottle button. And so now I have a bottle over my Ocarina. So you can't really do this with the sword because if you shield with the sword, it actually pulls out the sword. So this means you can't really use it to dupe over sword-like weapons. There is, however, a way that you can dupe over with a sword. So I'm going to set down this bomb, and I'm going to have this bomb hit my shield, and on a very specific frame, I'm going to try to pull out the sword. Link is going to begin pulling out the sword animation, but then get interrupted. So he actually got his shield hit a second time, which interrupted it. Now I'm going to do the same thing. So it catches the bottle over my last item button press, which in that case was my sword. And now I have a bottle on my B button. Now if I pause, something weird happened. Suddenly I have a fish over my Bombchus slot. I don't even have Bombchus equipped. Something weird just happened. So this is known as reverse bottle adventure. This is one of the most significant glitches in the game and allows you to modify parts of your inventory based on catching something in a bottle on your B button. So to explain this, first I need to put some numbers on the screen. So all the numbers on the screen, I just put some numbers above and below the C buttons. Those numbers are each item's item value and the item slot that those items are equipped in. So for example, if I pause here, the item values, so I have a picture that I'm going to put on screen real quick. So these are all the item slot numbers. So there's 24 slots total from 0 to 23. And so the bomb is an item slot 2 and it is item value 2. The ocarina is item number 8, but it's in item slot 7. Now this is because the ocarina slot has 2 different items that can be here, both fairy ocarina and ocarina of time. And then going down here, I have empty bottle, which is item value 20, but it's in item slot 19, which is the second bottle slot. So the reason these are important is because when you catch something in a bottle, the game has to know where to update your inventory, because it has to update both your C button and your inventory. This is what that like white outline is. That's how the game knows, okay, when you catch a fish, it needs to go in this bottle and not, you know, this bottle or in this item slot or something. It has to know exactly where to put that fish so that both the C button and the item slot get updated properly. Now, why am I going over this in such detail? So I'm going to put something up explaining how these are set up in memory. So in memory, the C left, C down, and C right item values are all right next to each other. And then immediately after that is the C left, C down, and C right item values. And they're all lined up right in a row. And the way the game knows which item slot to update is it checks 3 slots over. So it checks C left, check 1, 2, 3 slots over. Okay, that's where the C left item slot is. Makes sense. So they all, you know, just move over 3 slots to check where to update the inventory. Now, where's the B button come in then? So the B button comes right before C left. And if the B button wants to check 3 slots over, checks 1, 2, 3, goes to C right. So when you catch something on the B button, when the game is looking for where to update in the inventory, it's not looking at an inventory slot, it's looking at your C right item, which in this case is Ocarina, which is item value 8, but it doesn't see that as an item value, it sees that as an item slot value. So when I catch that fish on my B button, it then goes over item slot value 8 because it thinks that the Ocarina is actually the item value equipped. Oh, I probably should have taken that image off. I was doing that whole thing with that on. So yeah,
okay,
the game
explaining with it.
Yeah. So yeah, when you catch something on a B button, the game looks 3 item slots over, and that's where the C right item actually is. So it's interpreting your C right item as an item slot value. Now, there's only 24 item slot values here, but there's much more than 24 items that you can actually have in your inventory. So once you get past 23, once you get to 24 and beyond, that's where the bottle items start. And I'm going to put up another diagram. So this is what item slots modify each item slot. So this just shows like initially, Deku Nuts affect Deku Nuts, bow affects bow, slingshot affects slingshot. As you go down the item list, then eventually it starts kind of shifting a little bit because of Ocarina and Hookshot. Since Ocarina and Hookshot have 2 different items that go in the same item slot, that means that the items further down the line kind of get shifted over a little bit. So that you have, for example, Boomerang affecting... wait, I'm reading this wrong. Yeah, Boomerang affecting Magic Beans. or Lens of Truth affecting hammer. And then eventually you get to the bottle items. So the bottle items start affecting item amounts. So there's only 24 item slots, but like you can imagine past those 24 item slots, the game is counting the item amount values. So here we have, so the items that start modifying item amounts are Fairy. Fairy modifies Deku Stick. Fish modifies Deku Nuts. Bombs are modified by Milk. Bombchus are modified by Po, and so on. And then also the numbers at the bottom, those are the item values of what you're catching. So if you catch a fish on B, that's item value 25. That means it will update whatever item value it's supposed to be changing to item value 25, bugs 29, and so on. So if I equip Po on, or okay, maybe not Po, bombs. If I equip bombs on C right and I drop my fish, I had 5 bombs before. Now when I drop this fish, I am suddenly going to have 20 bombs, and if I catch it again, now I have 25 bombs. I can probably take off these numbers now. Did I do that? I did that all with the thing on the screen again.
Do we still, yeah, I was gonna say, do we still want the picture on the screen? Yeah.
Yeah, you could still see the item numbers. That's what's important.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I just ended up with 25 bombs because again, the C right item is modifying parts of my inventory, and these later items are starting to modify parts beyond the item slots. It's starting to affect more deeper parts of the inventory. First, we get to the item amounts, which I showed off with the bombs and the milk. With later items, like for example, the masks, some of the masks end up modifying your swords and shields. So like you can RBA something like Goron mask. Like for example, if I change this to Goron mask and I drop my fish here, it's going to change my boots and tunics. And suddenly I lost my Kokiri tunic. I still have Zora tunic and I still have Kokiri boots. And if I catch the fish,
Oh, whoa.
then now I only have Kokiri tunic and Kokiri boots. So something I should mention about this is this does not give or subtract items. It just sets a certain part of your inventory to a certain value. So it's not like it didn't give me the Zora tunic, or it didn't give or take away the Zora tunic. It just set that part of the inventory to exactly some number, and it doesn't care what happened before or after. And so getting deeper into the inventory, some really interesting stuff happens with the adult trait items. So when you get deeper into the inventory with the adult trait items, these start affecting stuff like your equipment and your quest status screen. Now this is really big because the ability to just give yourself songs or medallions or upgrades, that sounds pretty big, and it certainly is. So if I have to do this a little bit differently as adult needs a wall behind him to do the same thing. But then if I catch bugs on my B button, already there's 2 effects noticeable. So one, I suddenly have black gauntlets, which is really strange because normally the only gauntlets you can get are silver and gold. And also, if you pay attention to my rupee count, I just got an extra digit on my rupee count. That's because that just gave me the adult's wallet. And so it also gave me a different diving scale. By the way, this item slot, this is actually the strength item slot, not the diving item slot. This is the diving item slot. So I just got silver scale as my strength and Deku Seeds as my diving, which is actually a 1 second dive, which is actually lower than the normal minimum of 2 seconds. And so yeah, the adult trait items have some super interesting properties when you RBA them. The Poacher's Saw in particular is really great because this modifies songs. So I just got Zelda's Lullaby and Nocturne of Shadow, and I catch the bugs. And now I got Prelude of Light and Serenade of Water. And this next one is probably the most important one. This is going to give me medallions. So if I catch these bugs with Broken Goron Sword on C right, these are all items in the Big Goron Sword trade quest, by the way. So I just got Water Medallion, Spirit Medallion, Shadow Medallion, and Forest Medallion, all in one bug catch. And so this is what was used in old 90% speedruns, long before wrong warping, which is the next glitch I'm going to get to later on, and stale reference manipulation, another glitch I get to later on. Long before those were found, this was the way any percent was done, where your goal was get up to this point in the Big Goron Sword trading quest. When you get the Broken Goron Sword, then you just do reverse bottle adventure with this and get the medallions. Then you can just get light arrows and go straight to Ganon. So yeah, this is a very significant glitch. You can get all kinds of cool stuff with this. I want to go back to the black gauntlets thing. So you can actually get different colored gauntlets depending on what strength upgrade you have before you do the RBA. So I mentioned that it doesn't matter what you have before the RBA. I lied. This is like one special case exception. You can actually get different colors if you have different things, different strength upgrades before you do this. So if I have the Goron bracelet before I do it, then I get green gauntlets. And if I have silver gauntlets, I get blue gauntlets.
This is so wild.
Yeah, this is really cool. This is like a thing that it seems like one of those like Mew under the truck things. Like it totally should be fake, and there's no way it's real, but it is.
Why do they even have this programmed in different gauntlet colors?
I think it's like it's just reading certain numbers as a certain unrelated numbers as a color value. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so this is the red gauntlets, which actually looks pretty normal, pretty close to like his normal gloves. Yeah, so Reverse Bottle Adventure is super powerful. It can give you so many different items. It does have limitations. It can't give you everything. Like a lot of the item values for stuff that certain items affect. Like for example, when I RBA'd the Broken Goron Sword, which gave me medallions, it can't give me the light medallion, for example. It's too high of an item value. The Broken Goron Sword can't give me like Requiem of Spirit or like Saria Song or Sun Song. Certain item values are too high to RBA. But you can still get so much from it. And that's not quite all, because there's one more thing. So similar to how the game has to update your inventory when you catch something in a bottle to make sure that your inventory is updated properly, it also has to update properly when you go back and forward in time. So for example, if I have a fish on my C right button right now, and I go back in time and I drop the fish, and I become adult again, the game has to remember, hey, you dropped that fish as child, you shouldn't have it as adult anymore. So what the game does is it checks for any equipped bottles, and if you have a bottle equipped when you're going through time, it has to check, okay, was that bottle changed since the last time you went through time? If not, nothing changes. If something did change, it updates accordingly, right? So if you have a bottle on your B button, then similar to how it affects your inventory based on what item you had on C right for catching something in the bottle, this time it's going to update that bottle according to your C right item value. So now I have a bottle on my B button, and I'm going to go back in time. And now when I go forward in time as child, the game is going to check what does child have on C right and update the B button accordingly. So let's say I have fish on C right. So fish is going to point to my Deku Nut count. And my Deku Nut count is 18. This means that when I pull out the Master Sword, the game is going to check what to update the bottle to. It's going to check my C right item, see the fish, see 18 Deku Nuts, and put item value 18 on the B button. Item value 18 is light arrows. So now I have light arrows on my B button, an item that should never be on the B button, but you can with Bottle Adventure. Another one is I'm going to try Longshot. I'm going to use Equip Swap to equip Longshot as child. And now I'm going to go through time. And so now it's going to see long shot, and long shot is going to point to the item slot with Furor's Wind, which means that when I become adult, it's going to put Furor's Wind on the B button. Now this is a really significant one. This is probably the most important use of Bottle Adventure. I should also mention, when updating your B button going through time, that's called Bottle Adventure, and catching something on your B button to modify your inventory, that's called Reverse Bottle Adventure. Even though you need to do Reverse Bottle Adventure to do Bottle Adventure, we have great naming in Ocarina of Time. We have things were named very well in 2006, so that's why things are like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
But anyway.
It's in the correct order. Works well.
Exactly. It perfectly
Do you know why
logical.
Adventure? Like why the word adventure?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's just because the guy who found it didn't speak English very well.
Oh,
Shout outs to Kazooie. Kazooie is actually an old OT glitch hunter and speedrunner who found not only Bottle Adventure and Reverse Bottle Adventure, but also some of the earlier glitches I showed, like Shadow Temple early and Spirit Temple early, and Dwarf Time Skip. He's from Finland. His English was
perfect.
Fun. It was great.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, he's a great guy, and very heavily contributed to a lot of the early big glitches in Ocarina of Time. So the reason I was talking about Furor's Wind. So the reason Furor's Wind on B is so significant is Furor's Wind is supposed to only be used in dungeons. And when you have it on your B button, it has the usability of wherever you can use your sword, which is almost anywhere, which means that Furor's Wind can now be used almost anywhere. And this is really big, not only for just warping, setting warp points where you couldn't before, but also for the next glitch when I get into wrong warping. That's going to be a really significant one. And then one more I want to show off. This is just kind of a funny one. If I equip Poe, Poe is going to look at my Bombchu count, and I have 44 Bombchus. So this is going to put the item value 44 on my B button. This one's a bit silly. So this one is sold out. So now I have sold out on my B button. And the interesting thing about this is sold out just acts like the Master Sword. It's literally exactly the same as Master Sword.
Are there any properties about it that are different?
Nope. It's just the Master Sword. It's really strange. It's the only item that's like this. Like there's a bunch of other glitched items. There's a bunch of other glitched items, and they act like weird properties. Like some act like eye drops, which is an item in the Big Orange Sword trading quest. Some will crash. Some will do other weird, nonsensical things. Sold Out is the only one that just is Master Sword. All right, so moving on, I'm going to start talking about some cutscene skips. So as much as I love speedrunning this game, and we all love speedrunning this game, one downside is that it has a lot of cutscenes, and they can be pretty slow. Luckily, we do have some ways to skip some cutscenes. So here in Zelda's Courtyard, there's this cutscene trigger right in front of me where I'm going to go learn Zelda's Lullaby. So I'm pulling up this menu here that shows all my songs and stuff. As soon as I walk in here, the instant the cutscene starts, I already get Zelda's Lullaby. So you don't actually learn the song in the middle of it like when you're playing the notes, you learn it the instant it starts. That can be taken advantage of by trying to interrupt the cutscene somehow. So I'm going to try to die as soon as the cutscene starts. And as soon as I die, I already got the song, but the game over screen is going to interrupt this cutscene. Now I can just go through the game over screen, and now I don't have to watch the cutscene. Now I can just talk to Impa and we'll go out. Would it still be Master Sword if it's on a different button? Yes, actually, that's a good point. That was something I forgot to bring up. So the B button, in relation to all the ball adventure stuff, the B button essentially is just another C button. It might seem like it's a completely different button and it might act differently because, you can only equip sword on it or whatever. But really, any item that you equip on B will work exactly the same on a C button, and any item on the C button will work exactly the same on a B button. So the B button is basically just a fourth C button. Just looks a little different, and its general purpose is a little bit different. Okay, so going back to cutscene skips. So you can also skip the Blur of Fire cutscene. It's a cutscene trigger right over this bridge over here. And I also want to talk about damaging down quickly. So because you want to do a lot of death tricks in Ocarina of Time speedruns, you want to damage your health down pretty quickly, and this is one way you can do it. If you pull out the Ocarina right after a bomb explodes, this will waste Link's invincibility frames, but it freezes the bomb hitbox. So everything in the world is frozen, but Link will still waste his invincibility frames. You can actually use this to repeatedly take damage from the same bomb explosion. And you can take up to 9 hits of damage from a single bomb explosion with this. And so I want to do this to damage down low to a half heart. And then get on this bridge. And then shield drop a Bombchus in midair, and I die right as the Blur of Fire cutscene starts. And I get the Blur of Fire, skip the cutscene. Going to Ice Cavern, the Serenade of Water cutscene activates right after you get the Iron Boots, but you actually have to die right as you open the chest. So here, I'm going to use Frame Advance to die on just the right frame. And so if you notice closely, I actually already went to 0 health right as I opened the chest. You can even see it here. I'm already at 0 health, and the moment that I close out this text box, Link dies. Then Sheik appears, or Sheik doesn't appear, but the Sheik music appears. Or you get to listen to the Sheik music on the game over screen as you die.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful game over music. So you can also do the same thing for the Minuetta Forest, where you just die as soon as the cutscene starts. But there's also an alternative way you can do it that doesn't involve a death. So I'm going to get close to this ladder. I'm going to have this bomb hit me while I'm shielding. And so the bomb hit me onto the ladder, but then I shielded the bomb explosion while on the ladder and it hit me off. Now my A button says down and my camera is acting kind of weird. So I'm in this state where I'm kind of still on the ladder, but I'm not on the ladder, but I still have certain properties of it. Now, one interesting property of this state is that slippery slopes, I can actually walk up them. So this is a slippery slope. You're normally not supposed to walk up it. You're supposed to slip off right like that. But in this state, I can actually walk up the whole thing. I can get out of bounds here, side hop out of bounds. And now the Minuetta Forest cutscene trigger is really huge. If you look at the minimap, as soon as I get into that like square area, it's going to activate. The cutscene trigger is so big, it extends downwards forever. And so I hit the trigger from out of bounds, avoid out, and that just gives me the song, and I don't have to watch the cutscene. There it is.
Wow.
And this doesn't work for all song cutscenes. There are certain ones where certain conditions like won't let it happen. For example, when you leave Spirit Temple here, it starts the Requiem of Spirit cutscene. So some people might think like, oh, can you die as you enter the loading zone? But this doesn't quite work, because this cutscene starts on the area loading. There's like no time for Link to die. So unfortunately, you can't do it for certain things like that. So the next thing I want to talk about is medallion cutscene skips. So here I'm in a water temple, and the water medallion cutscene is pretty long. And so theoretically, if you can skip the song cutscenes with a death, could you do the same thing for medallions? And so there's a few things I got to talk about before I do this. First is that you cannot use Ocarina in boss rooms, and this is important because the thing I need to do to make this work is to use Ocarina. As you can see, I have Ocarina equipped, but it's not usable. Luckily, there's a way around that. So there's a glitch called Ocarina Items, where first you have to catch something in a bottle, like these bugs. And then if you do a backflip, press the bottle button and then some other item that Link pulls out in his hands. He'll play that item as an ocarina. So now I'm playing a sword ocarina, or this one is also a fan favorite, the bomb ocarina, the bomb face. So you can play different items like an ocarina like that. And that way you can play an ocarina in the boss room. So if you play an ocarina right on the edge of the blue warp, you can't do it like straight into it. This won't quite work. But if you do it right on the edge, you will be able to walk around. While you have to wait a few seconds, but you'll be able to walk around while the blue warp is doing the normal process of like floating Link up and then loading the next room. So the goal here is to gain control and try to die right at just the right time for the game to give you the medallion without having to watch the cutscene. Hold on, I'm lost. I gotta be in the right place in the room. Okay, here. So, I'm going to do a setup here to get into position. And do Ocarina items on the edge of the blue warp. This is going to let me gain control. And now I'm going to pull out a bomb. And hopefully this bomb will kill me at just the right time. I kind of get that floaty property from the blue warp, but when I move far away enough from it, it unloads and I fall back down. Link gets the game over. And when I respawn, if there's a white flash, that means I got the medallion. And there it is. I got the white flash. So if I pause, hey, there's the water medallion. All right, cool.
Nice.
Successful cutscene skip. So what happens if you do that in some other places? So Fire Temple's a good one. So if you can skip the water medallion cutscene, then you should be able to skip the fire medallion cutscene too. So I'm going to do the same thing. Luckily, right when you beat the boss, you're actually in perfect position for a backflip for Ocarina items. You don't even need to move at all. And so after doing this, you just walk off the edge here, and then eventually Link will fall, slide hop over here. And now Link is going to die from the lava. And so now, if everything works out properly, I should get the fire medallion and skip the cutscene.
So for people who are still trying to collect like 100% for the heart containers, how would you factor that in?
You can still get the heart containers, but you might need to either take more damage, or sometimes in 100% runs you would make a second trip to the boss rooms after dying to get the heart containers, in the case of it being like too much damage to take after getting the heart container.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, but yeah. So something weird happened after this fire medallion cutscene skip is suddenly I'm in Forest Temple. I should have been in Fire Temple, because if you die in Fire Temple, you should respawn in Fire Temple. Suddenly I'm in Forest Temple. So something super weird just happened, and this is known as a wrong warp. So to explain what's happening here, I'm just going to go in the blue warp normally and explain how the game starts cutscenes normally. So the first thing that happens when you go through here is this cutscene starts in Kakariko, and it's this cutscene. So I'm going to freeze here. It's this cutscene where in Kakariko where you see Death Mountain exploding, and the guy on the roof is reacting to it. I'm going to go to this menu here, and if I go to the bottom, it says current cutscene 3. So there are 5 different cutscenes that can play in Kakariko, which are numbered 0 through 4. And so the way the game wants to start a cutscene is it has to load the map. So it'll say load Kakariko, and it has to add a certain number to an entrance value. So I'm going to pull up a visual thing right here. So this is what the entrance list looks like. So every entrance in the game has minimum 4 different variations of it, which are supposed to be for adult daytime, adult nighttime, child daytime, and child nighttime, respectively. Even for entrances that don't have any differences, there will always be a minimum 4. And then if there's cutscenes in that area, there will be an additional extra entrances below that, corresponding to the extra number of cutscenes. So in this one, we have the 4 standard Kakariko entrances that are all the same. And then there's 5 more for cutscenes. So if the game wants to start cutscene number 3, it has to add 4 plus the cutscene value. And again, cutscenes go from 0 to 3, so in this case it's 4. So if the game wants to start a cutscene in Kakariko, it loads Kakariko and adds 4 plus 4, and it gets to cutscene 3, which starts cutscene 3. Okay, simple enough. But when I did this wrong warp, when I died here, the game now wants to load Fire Temple, because I just died. If you die in Fire Temple, the game wants to load you back at the Fire Temple entrance. But the game is still going to try, it wants to load you back at Fire Temple, but it's still going to try to add that value to start the cutscene. So what actually ends up happening is it tries to add the same value, but the game's internal map list is not necessarily ordered in any specific way. Like, it's not necessarily random, but there's a lot of weird orderings that some of the entrances go in. And it happens to be that just after the Fire Temple entrances is the Forest Temple entrances. And if the game does the math correctly for adding, it adds the 4 for the normal entrances and then adds the 4 for the cutscene value, well, there's no cutscene in Fire Temple, so it goes to the next one, and then it lands on Forest Temple. And so that's how dying there ends up warping you to Forest Temple. And so this is wrong warping. And
that's so wild. I've never heard it explain it like with, I guess, with that much detail, you could say. So not that I can remember any of these numbers, but it's super cool.
Yeah, it's usually explained in like a more simple way, just like, oh, cutscene value started in a different area, goes to a different area. But this is like the more technical version. Yeah. So this is a very pretty well-known wrong warp. A lot of you guys have probably seen this before. This is wrong warping from the Deku Tree. So I'm going to do Ocarina items on the blue warp, and I want to leave the door at just the right time. And to do this, we have certain setups that will we can do very specific sets of movements so that we'll get to where we need to go just at the right time. And so for here, if I open the door, and this is all frame perfect, the opening the door and like loading the other area at the same time is frame perfect, but we have setups to make it easy. And then so when you open that door at the same time the game's trying to start the Kokiri Emerald cutscene, it ends up warping you to this room in Ganon's castle. And again, if I bring up the entrance table, this is how the entrance table looks, is after the Deku Tree from Deku Tree boss entrance. Right below it, completely by coincidence, is the tower collapse interior. This is just, the game just has the internal entrance list in like some weird orders sometimes. By complete coincidence, it's right below boss room from Deku Tree, and with wrong warping, we can actually access that and go straight to the collapse in Ganon's castle from Deku Tree. And that's used in either old 90% runs or what's now known as Defeat Ganon, no SRM. SRM, a glitch that I'll be getting to soon. But yeah, that's used for, in those categories, you basically just beat Deku Tree, wrong warp to the end, and beat Ganon in under 20 minutes. All right, so going back to Fire Temple, there's actually another wrong warp I can do from Fire Temple that's pretty cool. So in Fire Temple, in most boss rooms, you're not actually supposed to be able to go back through the boss door. It's actually impossible to open the boss door, but the loading zone there actually does still exist, even though it's not supposed to be accessible. So I am going to try to do that for Fire Temple. So it's actually kind of hard to get to because you got to get to it from out of bounds, and it's pretty high up. But you can actually take advantage of the floaty property of the warp. So you see how like I kind of float around like that? You can take advantage of that to get a really big jump. So if I jump like this, while the camera's facing the blue warp, then you get this really big jump. If I pause at just the right time, I think I messed this up actually. This might still work. If I pause at just the right time, I can actually get into the doorway here. I want to target and slash at the same time to load the blue warp, which will cause a wrong warp, hopefully. Okay, still worked. And this also wrong warps me to Ganon's castle, although a different room. And this is a very cool wrong warp because it also leads directly into another cool trick. So right after you do this wrong warp, you can actually do a clip out of bounds to get all the way to the bottom of Ganon's castle. So this is like the first room in the castle escape. and you can do a clip out of bounds to get all the way to the bottom. But it's a pretty tricky clip. There's mostly like pretty, there's not really any easily clippable walls here, but you can clip through this one little overhang over a door frame. This is actually a really precise clip. It's actually like precise down to 1,000th of a unit, but we have like specific setups to make it easy. And so you can do this side hop out of bounds clip all the way down to this bottom room here. You can hess down this room, and this leads to the very final room of the Ganon's Castle escape. And you go straight to the end. And so this is actually how a lot of runs end nowadays. A lot of runs that require beating dungeons will typically do Fire Temple at the end, and then they do Fire Temple, Wrong Warp to Ganon's Castle, followed by that collapse skip that I just showed, straight into Ganon. And so a lot of speedruns actually end up doing Fire Temple as the final dungeon, which is pretty neat. Okay, so I mentioned earlier how Furo's Wind is really good for wrong warping, because you can set Furo's Wind anywhere. And again, wrong warping is based on what other area you're trying to load at the same time that a cutscene is starting. Being able to use Furo's Wind anywhere unlocks a huge amount of potential for wrong warps, because now you can just set Furo's Wind at almost any entrance in the game. So I'm going to set Furo's Wind here in Lost Woods, and I'm going to go to Deku Tree, and I'm going to try to use Furo's Wind right as the game is trying to start the Kokiri Emerald cutscene. And it's going to wrong warp me to Spirit Temple. So this is actually the Silver Gauntlets cutscene. This is the cutscene that happens after you open the Silver Gauntlets chest, where Nibiru is being attacked by Twinrova. And so this is like pretty much the longest distance wrong warp in the game, like in terms of the overworld map, because you're pretty much wrong warping from one end of the map to the other. So this is a pretty neat wrong warp. This is commonly used in 100% to go to Spirit Temple quickly. Another cool wrong warp is I'm going to set Furo's Wind in Temple of Time.
So would you have used that wrong warp to get to the Spirit Temple, and then you could have just gone across to get the Mirror Shield? Like, does that ever...
Exactly, yeah.
It links together?
Yep, that's exactly what 100% does.
Cool, gotcha.
And then, so I have Furo's Wind set in Temple of Time, and now I'm going to use Furo's Wind here in Dodongo's Cavern. As a side note, Dodongo's Cavern and Deku Tree Blue Warps actually work exactly the same in terms of wrong warps, because they both try to start cutscene 1. But this is how it was done in old speedruns, is you use the Dodongo's Cavern wrong warp, and this warps you to Temple of Time, but Temple of Time looks a bit weird here. So the walls look really weird, and this is actually the end credits. This is the second last scene in the credits. This is supposed to be Child Link after he puts back the Master Sword. But 1, Adult Link is here. 2, the front room of Temple of Time is loaded when I'm in the back room. And so that's why the back room looks so weird, because this room is not fully loaded. And so now Navi just like kind of flies into the abyss. And so the other interesting thing about this is, because you're supposed to be Child Link, the next scene is also obviously Child Link, where Child Link meets Zelda again, and that's where the end screen happens. So the game doesn't have a second check to like make sure you're Child Link in that screen. So right after this is still going to be Adult Link. So we're going to see Adult Link meeting Child Zelda.
Child Zelda, that's so weird.
Yeah. Completely ruining any timelines. This is your 4th timeline. The wrong warp timeline.
Yeah. So funny, because I've watched plenty of runs before, but I guess that the way that this is being explained and kind of segmented, it's just like, why do I feel like I've never seen this? Like, it's...
Yeah.
This is cool. Yeah.
This particular wrong warp was actually used for a very short time in speedruns. I think this was used in like a 2-month period between February and April of 2012, like right after Wrong Warp was found, but
Oh, wow,
before
okay.
the Wrong Warp from Deku Tree to Ganon's Castle was found.
Mhm.
So for a very short time, this was actually the way to end speedruns. All right, next glitch. This next glitch is stale reference manipulation, and this is a big one. This is definitely the biggest glitch in the game. This is a pretty significant one. So to first demonstrate it, I'm going to throw a bomb in this Goron pot, and I'm going to pull out a Bombchu. Now, if you look at Link's hands right now, he's holding the Bombchu. The Bombchu explodes. Now, if you see, Link's hands are still up. He still looks like he's holding something, but nothing's there. Now, a heart piece is going to pop out, and suddenly, Link is holding a heart piece. So, what just happened is that the Bombchu was being held by Link. The Bombchu occupies a certain space in memory, and Link is making sure that he's holding that certain thing in memory. And the way the game does it is by updating that thing's position and angle relative to Link. When the Bombchu exploded, that place in memory opened up, but it didn't set Link to not being able to, or didn't set Link to not grabbing something. He was still grabbing something. Then as soon as something else loaded into memory, that heart piece, it loaded into the exact same place, which means that Link is now holding this heart piece. So this is stale reference manipulation. This is what happens when you make Link hold something when nothing is there, and then have something else load into that space in memory. So as a quick little visualization of it. So here's a little visualization of how some of the memory stuff in this game works. So all the things in the game that aren't collision and walls and ceilings like that are things called actors. Those are all the things that Link can interact with. And so these are what actors might look like. They can all be different sizes. They'll take up little chunks of memory. And so, for example, we'll say that Link is holding this little light blue space in memory. So then if Link is still grabbing that thing, but it goes away, then, okay, now it looks like Link is still supposedly grabbing something, but there's nothing actually there, so nothing's really happening. But then something else can load in that same space in memory, and now this is an example of when something loads in the exact same space, then Link will end up looking like he's carrying it because it loaded in the exact same space, and the game is changing the angle and position in the exact same part of memory. But sometimes it can be a little bit different. Sometimes things can load in a completely different place in memory. Say if multiple different things unload, and then other things load in a new order. Where Link was modifying the position and angle data could be something that's not even angle and position data anymore. It could be some other data completely unrelated inside the code of that actor, which means that you can start modifying completely unrelated things just by moving around Link. And that is stale reference manipulation, and that's where we get into some really big glitches. So I'm gonna head over to Zora's River. Let me start a macro real quick.
Somebody was... Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody was curious on if you'd have these save states like loaded anywhere for people to practice on or not.
Yeah, actually, if I can upload these like right after this, and I don't know where I'd link. Where'd be a good place to link it? I guess I could try to link it in chat later on. But yeah, I can upload these for anyone to use.
Yeah, well, I would just say follow ZFG, and then he can, give you a link however works for him.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can upload his Twitter or something.
Yeah, okay, so go give him some follows, and you'll get your answer. Okay.
So before I do this next part, I got to put some numbers on the screen. The first number on the right side is Link's angle value. That's going to be really important because the angle value is basically what we're using to modify stuff. So SRM in general usually ends up requiring very specific angles because, again, what you're basically using Link's angle to modify things. So what I'm going to do here is walk into this Skulltula token. So this Bombchus is going to blow up. It's going to open up a space in memory, but Link is still going to be holding it. Now something else is, the camera's going to pan and something else is going to load into the same space in memory. What just loaded into there is a butterfly, but it didn't load into the exact same space because otherwise I'd just be holding the butterfly. It actually changed a function in the butterfly. And so you can actually see this butterfly here falling to the ground and actually falling underground. So we just changed a function that is used for its flight and changed it into a function that gives Link items. And right now its item value is 0. That 0 at the bottom of the screen, that is its item value now. And we're going to be able to use, so we just modified that function into a function that gives it items. And so we can change what item it's going to be using a Bombchus. So you can see that item just turned to 95 when I use the Bombchus. So it just happens to be that when a Bombchus loads, the exact position in memory where the game is looking for an item value is part of that Bombchus code. And it's using a very volatile part in memory for the Bombchus. You can actually notice that it's changing very rapidly. It's a very chaotic, the smallest little thing you do differently with like your position or camera is going to throw everything off. But it is consistent if you have very precise control over it. And so now this Bombchus is constantly changing the item value that the butterfly is trying to give me. And with very precise movements, you can control it to give you all these really cool items. I just got boomerang, hammer, wallet, a few other things I probably didn't notice. You're getting a ton of different items all at once. And you can't get quite everything with this, but you can get almost everything, or at least enough items that you care about. This is commonly used in 100%. And in 100%, you don't necessarily want everything right away. You just want a bunch of important items. And that is a good way to do it. So I just showed, the examples I showed used a Bombchus for doing SRM, but that's not really the most common method for doing SRM. It's actually usually done by doing a super slide off of a grabbable object, usually a piece of grass. So the way most commonly SRM is done is you do something like this, where you do a super slide here. I'm going to set up a super slide, but I'm going to have a weird camera angle. I'm going to have this camera angle not making sure that the camera is not facing the grass. And so what this does is that when this room unloads, I'm going through this tunnel and the room is going to unload. Normally the game would say, hey, the grass isn't there anymore. You're not supposed to grab it. Because remember, Link still wants to grab the thing he's super sliding off of because the A button still says grab. So if I let go right now, he would try to grab it. But I'm doing it so that the camera is not making the grass on screen. This means that it's not really updating all of its functions properly. And when I get out of here, normally the game would say, if it was loaded properly, the game would say, hey, you're not supposed to pick up that grass anymore. Link didn't get the memo because it was off screen. Now the grass is fully unloaded, but he's still going to try to attempt to pick it up. And now he's just picking up nothing. And so this is how SRM is more commonly done. This is the iconic Link holding his hands up SRM pose. And so now when I walk in here, now this grass is going to load in the exact same place, and now I have this grass over my head. And also, it looks like I'm moving around really weirdly. If I do this to show why. So normally when you pick up something, it loses its hitbox, but, wow, I'm actually stuck. Okay. Usually when you pick up something, it loses its hitbox, but because I didn't actually pick up that grass, it just appeared in my hand. The hitbox was constantly moving Link. Like, for example, if I pick this up, it's got no hitbox anymore. That's why I was moving around. But yeah, that's how you get Link to hold his hands up, to act like he's holding something, but not actually be holding anything.
Interesting.
So now I'm going to show. Some applications of this. Gotta load a macro real quick. Okay, so another thing about SRM is that to modify exactly what you want, you need to line up what you want to pick up in memory in the exact same place where the thing you want to modify is. And so to get memory to line up like that, you'll often need to do some weird things. Like there, I just used a bunch of Bombchus for seemingly no reason. That was all to line memory up in just the right way. Specifically, the memory I want to line up is what's known as a draw function with this piece of grass here. So what a draw function is, it's literally what draws the actor, what gives it texture and so you can actually see it. And so we're actually going to modify that into a different function. And so now I'm going to get an angle here, which is going to is going to use what Link is overriding. So Link is overriding a certain function, which now makes this piece of grass invisible. More importantly, though, Link is looking really weird right now. Link just kind of stood up in the air. So what actually just happened is I just modified Link's age. I'm now adult Link. So now if I'm on this screen, I can pause and equip all this stuff. Go ahead.
It looks like he's like missing his hands.
Yeah, Link it's Child Link's model, but trying to make him look like adult Link, and so Link is like super messed up right now. Yeah, and so I can equip all of like regular adult Link stuff, like Goron tunic, cover boots, big Goron sword, and also if I try to use some items right now, some things look really strange. Like if I try to pull out the bow, this causes this weird light show to happen, and so some graphics get super messed up with this. I'm gonna head over here. You get some stretchy black things attaching itself to Link. Skull Kid is somewhere in there. Somewhere in there is Skull Kid dancing around with some stretched things. Coming over here, we have this Deku Scrub attached to this Gossip Stone. And if I hit the Deku Scrub, then the Gossip Stone starts attaching to Link. So this is all super weird. So there's two things you can do with this. You can either stay adult or you can stay child, but with the stuff you equipped as adult. So right here, I'll show the second one. If you just leave the area normally, then you stay child, but you still have all the equipped. So I still have hover boots equipped. I still have the Goron sword equipped. I still have Goron tunic equipped. All stuff that only adult should be equipped, that only adult should have equipped, not child, but child has it equipped anyway. Or you can save and reset. So if I save and reset the game here, now I'm just adult with all the stuff I just equipped. And so that's a very quick way to just become adult early. And now, another cool SRM I can show off. So this next one, I'm going to modify my quest status screen. So quest status is the screen that has the songs, the medallions, spiritual stones, all that stuff. So I'm going to arrange memory in just the right way so that I'm going to end up modifying all the stuff on Link's quest status screen. So it's still the same setup, a different memory arrangement setup, but same like Superslide setup, a different angle setup because you need a different angle to modify different things. Then when I go through here, so I'm going to bring up a menu here. So this is the quest status menu I have. It shows all what I have here. As soon as I pick up this invisible grass, suddenly I just got a lot of stuff. And you can actually see it modifying my inventory in real time, seeing everything that's flashing, that's showing what I have and what I don't have. Whoa. So it's just a really cool demonstration of having what I can get with this, like how I can get everything. So you can't actually get everything at once. It's actually impossible to have every single thing at the same time using this, but any individual thing you can get. So I'll see if I can find a good one. This one looks pretty good. You can get a lot of stuff there. And oops. So let's try another one. So this next one is another very significant one. I say everyone is significant, but they all have like crazy applications. So this next one is one that loads a special file type, I guess. So on the title screen, if you use cheats to move around on the title screen and you pause, the title screen actually has like a nearly full inventory. It has almost all the items. And there's actually a specific function in the game that's used to give the title screen to have like almost all the items. We can force that function to load using SRM. So this here is, again, the memory arrangement setup. So all that going back and forth there, the charging a spin attack, that's all to set up memory in just the right way. And I did a glitch there that kind of moves the camera a little bit. So I tried to go into C up at the same time as I shielded the Deku Baba. And you can see the camera is kind of in a fixed position right now. And that's because of that camera glitch. Now, what's going to happen here is I'm going to get out of the crawl space and try to read the sign as quickly as possible and throw a Deku Nut. So this lets me move around while reading the sign. Now, normally that would actually lock the camera in front of the crawl space. But by doing that camera glitch with the Deku Baba, now I have a free camera and I can actually still walk around with the normal camera. But it's going to deactivate as soon as I slash this rock. As soon as I slash this rock, the camera's going to zoom back, and I'm going to try to pick up the rock right before it deloads. And now Link is picking something up, but it looks like he's holding nothing. So this next part is, in actual speedruns, you have to do completely blind. But I'm going to use free camera so you can actually see what's going on. Okay. So Link has to walk all this distance, all the way to the load trigger in between this area and the Deku Tree area, completely blind. And he's still doing the whole SRM pose, holding the now not fully loaded rock. And as soon as he goes through here, things are going to sort of go back to normal, at least the camera will. So now Link is modifying a function that's going to make the game... it's going to make the game look for a function somewhere else in memory, and what it's going to point to is the file name. So this particular file right now has a particular file name that when the game looks at it in terms of like its numerical value equals this function that gives you a bunch of items. And now, so the game just gave Link all these items, 14 hearts, magic, almost a full inventory, all of that in just one glitch.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's definitely one of the most significant SRM applications. This is used by a lot of SRM categories.
Well, what you're doing in this instance, I mean, it reminds me a lot of what you do for any percent.
Yes, actually.
Definitely some overlap.
Good for mentioning that, because I actually almost forgot about that. So any percent does something very similar. Any percent does essentially the same type of setup where like it is using that rock and Kiri Forest with that frozen camera and everything. You do a slightly different memory arrangement setup, but essentially it's something that you can only do on the GameCube version, but you make it so that when you walk through the loading zone going to Deku Tree, the game just instantly starts the credits. And it's just over. So like at the point where the camera snapped back to normal, at that point the any percent run would just walk straight again, and then like 3 seconds later be in the credits. Oh yes, so I should mention ACE. So that is arbitrary code execution. The thing that any percent does to get to the credits is actually arbitrary code execution. So stale reference manipulation is such a powerful glitch that it does lead to arbitrary code execution. For those who don't know what that is, that's when you can write and execute your own code in the game using like regular things you can manipulate in the game to actually tell the game, hey, go run this code. Arbitrary code execution is banned in all speedrun categories outside of any percent because it's just too powerful. If you allowed it in any other categories, then every category becomes a typing speedrun. You can actually make it so that you can type out your code on the file select screen And then so you would just basically type your speedrun, which, you know, kind of defeats the purpose. So we only allow it in any percent, which is the anything goes category. We never ban anything in any percent, and that's why any percent is now a 7-minute run that just does SRM and arbitrary code execution to go straight to the credits. Okay, so the next SRM, so the next two SRMs that I'm going to show are my favorite two types of SRM, especially when combined. So this next thing, I'm going to modify a grotto entrance. So grottos, the little holes you walk into on the ground, they like take you to a little, you know, underground cave, usually has like a chest or something in it. Usually they're not too remarkable. They have their entrance value stored in their actor data. And so because it's there, if we line up memory just right, we can modify it using SRM. So this start here is just memory arrangement stuff. We just got to use all these items to make it so that the things we want to modify line up properly in memory. So super slide off this. And when I walk through here, this is when the game is going to start modifying the grotto entrance. So I have to do a specific setup and drop this in a specific place to modify its entrance. Okay, so what just happened is I didn't just modify the grotto entrance to some regular entrance. I changed it to a glitched value. So the normal entrance list, it's a 2-byte value, which means there's like 65,000 plus total possibilities for it. The actual number of entrances is way smaller than that. I forget the exact number, but not even close to taking up the whole thing. But I just changed it to a number that's way out of bounds of the actual entrance list. And that means it's going to start looking at places lower in memory and interpreting that as an entrance value. So the place it's going to end up looking is Link's angle. So now I'm going to do an angle setup. And I'm going to try to set up for the angle 6001. When I go in this grotto, it's now going to try to load me to entrance 6001, which is Death Mountain Trail from Goron City. So I just warped all the way to Death Mountain Trail. Now, what's really cool about this is that my now last entrance is still that glitched entrance value, the one that looks at Link's angle to determine where to put Link. That means that anything that has to use Link's last entrance, so for example, voiding out, dying, getting grabbed by a wall master, all of those things are supposed to load Link at his last entrance. All of those things are now going to use that glitched entrance value. So I can chain these warps together. So I just warped here with a glitched entrance and I void out again. And this also lets me do a glitched entrance warp. Now I'm in Shadow Temple. And so now this might seem like, oh my god, this is so cool. You can just warp anywhere in the game. It is super cool and super powerful. It has one limitation though, which I will demonstrate right here. As I get angle 0, 0 goes to Deku Tree. So I'm going to slide hop into a void. And I'm going to load Deku Tree. And I just fall out of bounds. And that's one problem with it, is that a lot of the time you will warp to somewhere completely out of bounds. Not only is that bad, but my angle is an angle that's going to crash. So another thing I have to mention is that not all angles will warp me somewhere good. Most angles actually crash. So if you're not extremely careful with how you're doing angle setups, then you will just crash. 8000 is a guaranteed crash. So if this happened, you know, I'd be stuck falling and the game would crash. There is something you can do to supplement this though, which when combined with the warping is incredibly cool. So let's move on to the next one. So here I'm in Zora's River. Zora's River here is going to be the setup for the next SRM portion. So this part here is just going to be a lot of kind of, you know, doing random stuff or seemingly random stuff. But it all has the purpose of lining up memory in just the right way. Specifically, what I want to load in the right place is there's frogs in Zora's River, and we want to have a very specific value that the frogs use in a very particular part in memory. And what we're actually going to use that for modifying is Link's boots and tunics. So now everything's set up. I just got to do the actual, well, almost everything's set up. Now everything's pretty much set up. Seemingly random movement. Yeah, sometimes people will jokingly call SRM seemingly random movement. It actually stands for stale reference manipulation, but seemingly random movement is another fairly accurate name. So yeah, this next setup is going to make it so that I'll make the game modify my boots and tunics. So now when I pause the game here, I go over here, suddenly Link is blue. I don't have a cursor over my boots. There's like a flashing cursor over there. So this looks very strange. If I start walking, Link is like stutter stepping. He's walking super fast. And also my tunic is blue again. This is actually not the Zora tunic. This is just a glitch tunic that happens to be blue. It's actually a lighter shade of blue than Zora tunic. But the interesting thing here is really the boots, because these boots have no gravity. So I can just fly around. And the only way to drop with this is a jump slash. So I just jump slash to fall. And if I do a slide hop or anything that will like give me initial vertical speed, then I just keep going up. And yeah, so basically L to levitate in an actual speed run. This has a downside though, which is if you backflip or take damage in the air, you will be kind of stuck. You can't jump slash out of a backflip, and you also can't jump slash out of taking damage. So if this happens, Link just flies off forever, goes back to his home planet, and you can't really do anything about it, except for unequipping the boots. But that has the problem of, okay, you just lost your super special zero gravity boots. So this is super cool, but it's also super risky because one wrong mistake and you'll soft lock yourself and ruin your run. So this is very, very risky to play around with, but obviously a very high reward. A very, very high risk, high reward.
Yeah,
before I move on to
this.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
one
sure.
of them is this currently used in run categories?
Basically, yes. So in the current 100% record, at least, yes. So something I've kind of been avoiding mentioning is that recently there was actually a new method of SRM discovered that's even more powerful than anything I've shown here, and we're actually in the middle of rule discussion for it. So we actually, so future runs may or may not use it depending on how future rule discussions pan out. So currently, technically, yes, 100% speedruns, 100% speedruns with SRM use this, but may not in the future, depending on how rules pan out. I should also mention about SRM categories. So SRM is such a ridiculously powerful glitch that we've decided to split categories that use it. So every category that has SRM allowed also has a separate SRM banned version of it. So for example, 100% we have 100% with SRM and without SRM. So the 100% with SRM uses this, 100% without SRM obviously doesn't. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just curious. With his tunic on, since he like kind of runs faster than normal, have you like looked at the runs? Like, what is his actual run speed?
Oh yes, the run speed. I actually almost forgot about that. Yes,
yeah,
so this actually
curious.
is a slightly faster than normal run speed. So I showed earlier. I showed that Link's normal walking speed is like 5.5. So it's 6.5 here, slightly faster, and his back walking speed is 10.08. Also slightly faster. Normal back walking speed is like 8.5. So slightly faster. But there's actually something even better you can do with this, is that if you shield damage in the air, you get super high speed. It starts out at Superslide and ESS speed. It slowly decays, but it decays fairly slowly, so you can still get a lot of speed out of it. And also, one thing I want to mention about the fact that this is zero gravity and has like different speed values and stuff. So some people get the false impression that, oh, like this might be like a beta debug boot thing that was left in the game for testing or something. That's not the case. The way these boots work is the game is just looking at an unrelated place in memory and is interpreting that as data for the boots. So the place is looking to get like gravity data and speed data is something that's not actually boot data, but it's just interpreting it as that. So no, it's not like some beta debug boots. It's just the game looking at the wrong place. Okay, before I stop showing this off, before I move to the next one, there's one thing I want to show is other boot types. So this is known as F boots because it's the hexadecimal value F is the boot value that we use. So some people ask, what do other boot values look like? So most other boot values look like this. So Link just flew up into the sky extremely quickly. So to give an idea of what just happened, this is Link's Y coordinate right now. It just hit 100,000 in like a few seconds. It will take Link probably 5+ minutes to fall from this, even though it took like 3 seconds to get up to that height. So that is a ridiculous upward speed. It may sound very fun, but obviously that is not going to be useful in a speedrun. Quite interesting though.
Mm-hmm.
So I mentioned how it was kind of bad that the warping SRM, it was kind of bad that it, you could like fall out of bounds and, you know, crash and just, you couldn't really warp everywhere you wanted to. Well, the F boots kind of solve that because if you're out of bounds, you can just float inbounds now. So I want to, where's the thing here? So I'm going to show a little bit of a demo. So I'm actually going to show a portion of 100% speedrun. So this is with the warping SRM has been activated and F boots have been activated. And so this is what it's going to look like with those two things combined in action. So remember that anything that uses my previous entrance is going to have the glitched entrance value. That includes that Furor's Wind that was set. So when I use Furor's Wind and I warp back to it, it's going to check Link's angle, which reminds me that I should have Link's angle up. And so also when I fall out of bounds, that's also going to use Link's angle as a warp point. So this angle 708 is going to correspond to Shadow Temple. And also when you load into a different dungeon, it uses the same coordinates and a room number as the dungeon you were just in. So dungeons have a bunch of different room numbers for, you know, all the different rooms. And the room that I just loaded in Shadow Temple is the exact same room number as the one I was in Dodongo's Cavern, and the same coordinates. So like if you were to overlay the two dungeons in the same place, I would be in the same place there. You also probably noticed that something is super wrong with Link. So as a side effect, sometimes these warps can just modify Link's rotation values. And so this is one of Link's rotations, just coincidentally, like just the way the numbers work out, it just like says, oh, hey, Link should be rotated right now.
But his physics still function the same as he would if he was upright.
Mostly. There's actually a slight difference in his hitbox. So I just turned on the Hitbox Viewer. So you can actually see his hitbox now is like really thin. And he actually can walk under some stuff with it. He can't walk under solid walls. So like, for example, there's a gate here that I can't just walk under. There are some things you can, though. But yeah, he has a super thin hitbox now. So now I'm going to set up another angle. And this is going to correspond to warping to Jabu. And now the room I just warped to in Jabu is the room number for the room where you get the boomerang. So I'm going to jump slash down here, and this is where you fight the stingrays to get the boomerang. This is a really significant one because getting the boomerang in Jabu is really slow. You have to take Gerudo around the dungeon. You have to escort her around. And even to this day, there's no non-SRM skip for it. So this is a really big one because it skips the most boring part of like almost any speedrun. Is like no one ever likes going through Jabu to get the boomerang, but finally with this we actually have a fast way to get the boomerang and skip all the boring stuff. Now I can warp again. Gonna go into this room this time. This is going to change the room number. And I'm gonna get the angle that corresponds to Shadow Temple again. It's the exact same angle, exact same warp to Shadow Temple. But because I changed the room number, now I'm gonna warp to a different room in Shadow Temple. And I can also use shielding a bomb out of bounds to fly around easily to get to where I need to go. Now when I fall in here, I fall into this spinning scythe room. I can set for Roswin again for the next future warp. So I can go down here. This is one example of where Link can actually use the different hitbox to your advantage. You can actually clip through a gate here. And then fly up here, get this Skulltula. So again, this is what's used in a 100% run. So this is like, so because, you know, 100% has to get all the gold Skulltulas in all the dungeons. This is super good for just warping directly to the rooms that the Skulltulas are in. Because there are some gold Skulltulas that are pretty deep in dungeons, or you have to go through a lot of, you know, seemingly unnecessary stuff just to get this one Skulltula. And this is so good because you can just essentially warp right to where you want to go. You can't always get coordinates and room numbers to line up exactly perfectly, but you can almost always at least get it to be better than what getting the Skulltulas normally would be.
Mm-hmm. It's so funny to watch him roll around.
Yeah, this is amazing. I love the speedrun so much.
Yeah.
And also, something I didn't really show off, but I should mention, is that you can also use SRM to get some glitched items in the inventory. You saw there, I just equipped Big Goron Sword on a C button. So this warp, I just warped to Fire Temple. So I have a room like in the middle of Fire Temple loaded, but this is actually the very bottom of Fire Temple. I can try to climb this ledge here, and when Link tries to climb the ledge, he just jumps straight up and doesn't stop, and does this big Superman jump. And he just keeps going up until I eventually get to the place I want to go, right up here. And then finally I land up here, and then this is like right in the middle of Fire Temple, skipping like all the bottom area stuff. And then you can get this gold Skulltula here, fly up to an elevator, jump up here. Okay, so I'll stop this demo here. This is just like a demo of what happens in a 100% run. It's a lot more of similar stuff to that. But yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I don't even know what questions to ask, so
yeah, it's completely understandable to be not really know what's going on anymore. This is like some when I was doing speedruns of this, every single run, like no matter what, there would always be someone asking what is going on. I've never seen this before.
Yeah.
What happened to this game?
We've already seen that in chat a number of times.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of questions of how did people discover all this? I mean, this game's been out for, you know, over 20 years, and it's been...
Oh, actually, that is a good story. So
great.
The formal discovery of SRM was in October of 2019. However, after we really dug down and figured out exactly how it worked, we actually found out the first documented case of someone doing SRM without us actually knowing it was from 2007. It was from a video of a glitch hunter named Ekrite, who, what he did was he grabbed a gold Skulltula token while holding a Bombchus, and then the Bombchus exploded, and then he started holding a lever, one of the enemies in like the Desert Colossus area. And we thought, oh, funny glitch, Link's holding a lever. I guess that's interesting. And then 12 years later, we found out that it's actually the biggest glitch of all time. And so the formal way it was actually discovered was another glitch hunter, Glitches and Stuff, was looking for a way to see if he could take a gold skull split token in between rooms in Forest Temple. So he boomeranged a gold skull split in Forest Temple, tried to go through a room, go through a door, and he noticed that if he went through the door and then went back out, what used to be the gold skull split token that was attached to the boomerang instead became a door. So somehow he boomeranged a door, and then we were all like, okay, this is a funny glitch, but let's investigate and see, you know, what actually is going on here. And as people started investigating, it's like, oh, it's because something else loaded in its place. Oh, you can load things in a different place than just its position. Oh, you can start modifying parts of actors. Oh, you can start modifying functions and function pointers and completely, you know, rewriting the game. And then it just got deeper and deeper until it is what it is today.
Right. Now there's some new stuff being discussed, so...
Yeah, even more new stuff. Yeah.
Wow. All right, let's continue then. That was fun.
Okay, yeah. So this is actually the part of the exhibition where I'm going to start changing to the more for fun glitches. So I just showed off a bunch of like that's pretty much the end of the like important for speedrunning glitches showcase. This is going to be the more fun stuff now. So I'm going to start off with one more, well, actually two more SRM things, two more fun things you can do with SRM. I'm going to, so Link is holding up his hands. He's modifying something. Don't know what yet. I'm going to head over here and, oh, something just appeared. What's that? So that over there is a piece of grass. I am now modifying the scale of that grass. Just by walking around, I can make the grass bigger and smaller and very wide and upside down. So yeah, that's all just modifying that grass. He's a very wide boy.
Can you interact with that if you go over to it?
Yep, it's not solid. Well, the big wide part is not solid, so I can just walk through it. It does still have its normal hitbox though. Like if I just turn hitboxes on right now, that's its hitbox. Just the little cylinder.
What,
is
pick it
this
up,
whole thing. I think I can. Oh, or hold on. If I give myself Goron Bracelet, I should be able to. Yep, now I can pick it up.
Oh. Okay.
And it
awesome.
and it turns around like a big fan. Oh yeah, this is pretty neat. And it all goes away as soon as I drop it. This one is also fun. So these setups, I already have memory loaded up in the right way ahead of time, so I don't have to do the whole setup. So when I go through here, this Deku Scrub just appeared in Link's body. So I'm now holding a Deku Scrub. I've now become a Deku Scrub. This is the early version of the Deku Mask. And
oh my god.
I can just throw him, and you can actually see the whole scrub above ground. Like when he's doing a shooting thing. And his hitbox actually is still over there. It's actually not where it looks like it should be. His hitbox is still in the typical place. And then he actually gets hit and acts normally. Okay, so enough for SRM for now. We're gonna start going back to some, less crazy glitches, but still pretty funny ones. So first thing I'm gonna show off is called Rock Armor. So I'm gonna pick up this rock while the hover boots end, and now there's a rock in Link's body. Okay, that's super amusing. Okay, that's cool, I guess. So what about something else a bit bigger? So this time, I'm going to try to do the same thing, but with this big silver rock. So I'm going to super slide off the rock and equip hover boots and immediately grab it. And the hover boots are going to end, interrupting the pickup. And now I have this giant silver rock in Link's body. So Link is now just walking around with this giant silver rock. It doesn't really have a hitbox. It doesn't really do anything interesting. You can just throw whatever you want. But what about even bigger? So this one, this is
yeah.
this is unfortunately not going to be part of Link's body, but Link can do something pretty interesting with it. So I'm going to try to super slide while grabbing this giant gold gauntlets block. I think he's going to pick this up from really far away. It's going to be super high in the air, and he's going to throw it somewhere. And I don't even know where it is. Where is he? Oh, and I'm in the lava. Okay. Okay, that was a bad demonstration, I guess. But yeah, Link can throw this from super far distance. I can actually turn on free camera. This will help show this off better. Let's see how this is from long distance. Oh, whoops. All right, so Link is picking up the rock. It's moving in the air. Gonna throw it, and it lands all the way over there, way farther away from where it's supposed to normally be. And you can actually still see it. It actually exists there, at least for now. If you reload the area, it goes to where it's supposed to be over there. You can sometimes get it to get thrown in like some more interesting places. Let me see if I can do this right. Oh no, he's falling in the lava. Oh no, I'm dragging the... Oh, it landed on Ganon's castle. Oh, but I'm in the lava, so I'm gonna void out. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Where are you falling right there?
I think that's just something to do with how I save the save states. I was just... when making the save states, I have to use some cheats to like get around faster, and that kind of messes with some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh
All right, so next up, I'm going to go fishing. Another thing that messes with the save states is the sky. If you saw the sky, it was kind of weird there. So I'm going to go fishing. But I'm not going to fish. I am going to steal. So if you dive at just the right time, if you try to cast the rod right as you come up from the water, Link will kind of pop out of the water and cast the rod at the same time, and this lets him run around while the rod is out. Doing this, you can actually go to the door, walk out, and steal the fishing rod. So now Link's a thief. And if you go in the water and pause and unpause when the fishing rod is on B, you actually get a blank B button. So now I have nothing on B, which doesn't sound too interesting at first. But the cool thing about this is that you can do some fun things with Epona. Epona in particular acts a little bit strange when you have nothing on B. For example, you can use items that you couldn't normally use on Epona, like Ocarina. So if I use Ocarina, I just fall off Epona. And when this happens, I'm actually still controlling Epona. I'm controlling both Epona and Link at the same time. This is known as remote control Epona. It's kind of hard to turn Epona because you're like in two different perspectives. So I'm also going to show off a glitch called swimming on land. So I'm going to target while swimming and then equip the iron boots. And then when I get onto land and equip Kokiri boots again, I can now just swim. I can swim normally on land. And this does something, you can do something pretty funny when combining this with Epona. So if I try to dive, if I do this right, if I take out Hookshot, Link starts looking really weird. Link is doing a really weird motion. He's like sideways, moving around in the air. And you can pull bombs and stuff and move around like this.
It's definitely like the position as if he was on opponent, just sideways.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And
gotcha.
now you can also do something cool with Hookshot on opponent. So I showed off Hookshot jumping before. This is going to be related, but before I show that, if you Hookshot on opponent and then get off opponent, you can just stretch the Hookshot super far. There's no limit to this. You can go as far as you want. I can go all the way across the map. Unless I hit ground. If I hit ground, then Link just kind of freezes in place and you can't really do anything. I don't want to hit ground though. I don't actually remember. I think loading zones are disabled during this.
Okay.
But if I get close to it, I can do a hookshot jump, but it's a little bit different. So it does a little hookshot jump there, but if I get close, he'll start to like bob up and down as if he's like building up speed. And if I do this right, okay, yeah, I can get a pretty big hookshot jump off that. Sometimes it's a dud and you'll like just fall straight down and it's not interesting at all. And then sometimes you get a really big one like that. All right, so next I want to show another glitch with Epona. I'm going to try to ride Epona in this tent. It looks like Epona shouldn't fit, but she actually just barely should if I do this just right. All right, and now I'm not on Epona anymore. So what happens with this is the next time I load any area where Epona can spawn, then I'll instantly be on Epona. For example, if I just leave the tent, then I'm on Epona right away. Now, I'm going to go to a dungeon. So right now I have Feroz Wind set in Water Temple. So I'm thinking if the next time I go to any area with Epona, where Epona can spawn, then I'll instantly be on Epona. What happens if I just leave Water Temple and I'm instantly on Epona? There's a bunch of water there, so do I get like underwater Epona, or, you know, what happens with that? So I'm going to go into Fire Temple, and I have Feroz Wind set in Water Temple, so this will let me warp right back to Fire Temple, or right back to Water Temple. So I'm in Water Temple. I'm gonna swim out, see what happens. And I'm on Epona, but I'm really high in the air. So for some reason, this just puts Epona super high in the air. You can't get off. You actually can't get off Epona normally. You can't like use Ocarina to get off or anything like that. You're kind of just stuck here. You can shoot some Gways if you want. Let's see if I can shoot one. Oh, my aim's bad. It's hard. They're far away. NA aim. Okay. Next glitch I'm going to show. I'm going to go to Fire Temple, and I'm going to try to open this chest, but have my chest opening animation interrupted with a death. So I'm going to get right in front of this chest. I'm going to wait until the timer strikes about 4. I'm going to drop a bomb, quick spin, use Din's Fire, and then right as the bomb is about to explode, I'm going to... Oh, wait. Okay, a little bit early. Gotta try this again. Try to use Din's Fire. The bomb is going to hit me, and I'm going to try to open the chest at the same time. Then, as I begin the chest opening animation, the timer is going to run out, and I'm going to die. The Din's Fire thing was necessary so that I could actually die during the animation. Otherwise, you couldn't die. So then the chest opens. I don't actually get anything. My A button says open now. And if I try to do a backflip or a side hop or anything like that, I just get this weird little jump. It looks kind of silly. But something more interesting happens once the timer runs out a second time. So I'm going to wait a few seconds.
I'm ready.
And then I can start side hopping and backflipping infinitely. And... so we like to call this zombie hover. This is as a reference to a glitch in Wind Waker. So Wind Waker actually has a glitch known as zombie hover. It's actually a little bit different than this, but like it looks like the same concept, so we call it zombie hover. So this is pretty fun. You can get to just infinitely jump up. Now, if you don't have a fairy, then you can't really do anything with this. If you do have a fairy, even if you do have a fairy, there's not too many places you can actually use this to your advantage. One thing that almost would be super cool with this is you could almost theoretically load the room above this with this, but as soon as the room above loads, you actually lose the effect. As soon as the room above loads, then I instantly fall back down and you just die. Which really is unfortunate because if you didn't lose that effect when the other room loads, then that would be the go-to way to skip like most of Fire Temple. Okay, so now I'm going to go to Forest Temple. So earlier, people asked about showing what Link looks like during a Weirdshot. This is what you'll get. You'll get to see how Link looks like during a Weirdshot. But first, I'm going to do a ledge clip down here, and I'm going to fall to the room below this room. Now, this room is really strange because if I try to go into see up here, the camera just slowly pans in on Link instead of actually going in to see up. And this is true for any like first-person item, same with Hookshot. So naturally, of course, I want to know, what does Link look like during a weird shot? So I'm going to try to do a weird shot. And so this is what Link looks like. His legs are super distorted. Let me see if I can get a better free camera view of this. Here we go. So yeah, Link's legs are super messed up right now. But more than Link's legs can get messed up there. I'm gonna try something else. This might take a few tries. This is a bit weird.
I don't know if I'm ready.
You're probably not. Okay, here we go.
Oh no!
Link now has
hate
five.
Oh.
Link now has 5 mouths and no eyes and no eyebrows.
Oh, that's so.
So yeah, this is sometimes what Link looks like during a weird shot. Yeah, so this is a wonderful, wonderful view of Link's face.
Okay, it's gone. Okay.
Okay. We'll do some more aesthetically pleasing glitches now.
Oh.
Okay, so this one's pretty cool. So I'm gonna try to grab these vines out of the water, but right before it, I'm gonna equip iron boots. And in doing this, the game actually doesn't unset certain like low gravity properties properly. And so now I have iron boots on, but have low gravity. So now it looks like iron boots is actually, you know, having bigger and longer jumps than anything else. And this is pretty cool because if you try to do like a Megaflip with this, the really big Megaflip, way farther than anything you would normally get. So now I want to do the biggest Megaflip I can. I'm going to try to go to the top of this room. And up here, I'm going to do another Mega Flip. Mm-hmm. And this is going to clear the entire room and land up on this ledge here. Probably one of the longest, like, distance Mega Flips you can do.
Is that ever useful?
Without getting super high. Unfortunately, well, mostly not. In certain situations in Randomizer, kind of.
Oh, okay, in Randomizer, yeah.
Yeah, some of these random glitches that I'm showing off can occasionally be used in Randomizer if you're using glitched logic.
Yeah.
The situations don't come up that often, but occasionally I've been able to make use of them. All right, this next one in the same room. So I'm gonna try to I'm gonna try to open this door and have it get interrupted as I with this bomb. So I just opened the room to the main room of Forest Temple, but I didn't leave this room, so both rooms are now loaded. Now, what I want to do is go in the water here. So if I just look at the water here, there's actually no water, but the loading zone, for the loading trigger for like the room below still works. And there's also an empty chest down there. So if I load the water, fall in the water like this, the chests come up and they start flying up. And so this is known as a rocket chest. You can fly to the moon with this.
To the moon, chat. They're saying it earlier.
Yeah, to the moon. So this just keeps going up. So eventually there is a certain limit. When you get to 32,768 units up, the game will eventually kind of break down. On N64 it would crash, but on Wii VC, Link just kind of gets squished. I'm going to load a save stage to speed this up. So as soon as I hit that number, Link is going to start getting squished and then fall down. Yeah, so this looks super weird.
Oh my gosh.
And all right, so now I'm going to jump off the chest and I'm just going to jump slash straight forward. And hopefully I land somewhere. Might be falling for a while. All right, there we go. I hit a loading zone. I hit the exit out of Forest Temple to Sacred Forest Meadow. So here in Sacred Forest Meadow, I'm going to play with the Moblins a bit. So Moblins are an adult-only enemy. They're never in any child area, and only child can use the boomerang. So you would think you can't really use the boomerang on the Moblins, but they actually have a weird animation for it, where they start doing this weird charge thing. And I can actually go longer. That was unusually short. But yeah, they have this like unusual, he's like clipping through the wall. Oh, okay, this is not what I intended, but yeah, sometimes they can like take an alternate path. Let me do this one more time because I was supposed to set up something else that didn't go right. All right, so let's happen one more time. All right, so now I want him to attack me over here. He's gonna bump back, and if I like lure him to, oops, messed that up. So if I like walk towards him, he eventually, oh come on, I can't get to where I need to go. There we go. If I walk towards him as he's backing up, he'll keep backing up and go into the water. So he can breathe underwater. It's all fine. So I'm gonna go down here and have him attack me. And right as he attacks me, I'm going to unequip the iron boots. And this means that the full attack animation didn't go through as planned. And now something weird happens when I pull out Hookshot. Link just starts doing this. He's just like stuck doing this. I don't even know how to describe this. It's just weird. But yeah, you're just kind of stuck doing this. All right, so next thing I'm going to show is at a very specific point in the game, it'll start raining at Kakariko. This only happens after you've learned the Nocturne of Shadow, but before you've beaten the Shadow Temple. So it's a pretty specific point in the game. So what I'm going to do, the rain starts as soon as you enter past this gate. I'm going to start the rain and then immediately try to backwalk out to Hyrule Field. And this causes something weird to happen in Hyrule Field. It's all green, and now there's this super thick green fog everywhere with incredibly low visibility. And so this actually happens all over Hyrule. It persists through loading zones, but a bunch of different areas have different colors and like different things happen. So I'm gonna head over to Zora's River. It is completely blue, even worse visibility. I can't even see Link. So I'm kind of just gonna take a little Hyrule tour around, see what all the places look like.
Kind of reminds me of some of the hazy effects that they use in like the Banjo games.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna head over to Lost Woods, see what Lost Woods looks like.
Uh-oh.
The Lost Woods is completely blue. Literally can't see anything. Literally zero visibility. Out into Kokiri Forest, it's completely black. I can't see anything but the little sparkles flying around. All right, so I'll head over to Gerudo Valley. Gerudo Valley actually has my favorite place in the game for this. Gerudo Valley has this like purple aura, and the water is all purple. I think this looks super cool. It's really dark. It's hard to see, but you like get enough of a purple lighting to like make out what's going on. You have this really cool purple waterfall.
Whoa.
And try the hookshot over here.
It's creepy, but it's cool.
Yeah, it's creepy, but it looks so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna do another thing. You can do what's called a mega dive. If you take a bomb damage as you dive off a ledge, you get essentially super slide speed from a dive. The Olympic diving Link. And then off to Lake Hylia, and it's completely green. Can't see anything. All right, so now I'm going to go to Deku Tree. So one cool thing about the Megaton Hammer in relation to Deku Scrubs is that they instantly pop Deku Scrubs out of their hole. But for these scrubs specifically, if you pop all three of them out at once, they they just go right back in. But using some camera manipulation, I can get them to actually pop out. So I got a hammer here. And this causes all of them to pop out, even the ones that aren't supposed to, like this one who says, "You finally woke up, I'm Navi the fairy." So this guy is a little confused right now. So 2 of these 3 scrubs aren't programmed with any specific text, so they use like a sort of default text box, which is like the "I'm Navi the fairy" text box. And so these guys just say, "Hey, I'm Navi." Okay, so this next glitch is actually a very recent glitch. This was actually only found, I want to say like a month ago, maybe a little bit over a month ago. Pretty recent. So this glitch can be used to activate NPC events when you normally shouldn't be able to. So first I need to do some damage to the Cucco. That's why I just threw the Decanut at him. So this carpenter right here, this is the guy who you give the poacher saw to in Gerudo Fortress or Gerudo Valley as adult. He's the guy who advances in the Big Goron Sword trade quest and gives you the Broken Goron Sword. So you're not supposed to get the Broken Goron Sword from him as child, but actually you can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this Cucco get hit right as I talk to him. This is kind of precise. I got to have this happen at just the right time. Okay, so I'm going to talk to him right as the Cucco is about to attack during the cutscene. And so by doing that, I closed the text box while the carpenter was off screen. And that way the game didn't fully say that, "Oh, you're done talking to the carpenter." So now if you see, I can't actually talk to him. There's no like speak option. But what happens if I play Saria's song? So because it essentially sort of still thinks that I'm talking to him, if I can trigger some kind of event, like Saria's song triggers like a text box option which triggers an event, then he'll say, "Oh, thanks, kid," and then actually gives me an item. So you can essentially use this to use Saria's song to cause NPC events that shouldn't happen.
Weird.
Now this is a really fun application of it with King Zora. So I'm going to try to do the same thing. I'm going to do a camera glitch. So I talk to King Zora as he goes off screen. And this should do the same thing where the game doesn't properly say that, "Oh, I'm done talking to King Zora." And now I'm going to play Saria's song. So now it's gonna trigger some event, which is King Zora moving. And so now King Zora's moving backwards, and also Rudo was just there. He's sliding over Rudo. Link is in the way now. He's gonna slide over Link. Let me get a better view of this. Yeah, I'm being absorbed by King Zora. and then he does a U-turn once he gets to the end. He goes the other way. Oh, he's not at the end yet. Okay, now he's going the other way. So he's going the other way around. Gotta go back.
He's like, "Oh no, I squished him."
Yeah, gotta fix the mistake. And then he's freeing Link slowly. Slowly Link is being freed from death. And then Rudo comes next. So yeah, this using this you can rewatch the King Zora weeping cutscene as many times as you want. I'm sure everyone would love the opportunity to watch that over and over again. All right, so I'm going to show some things with some bosses now. So I'm in the Phantom Ganon room before the fight even starts. If I do a Weirdshot, I do a Weirdshot here. Oh, come on. You can see Phantom Ganon. He's just kind of chilling below the arena before the fight even starts. Just on his horse, just observing the abyss. Similarly with Morpha, Morpha also exists before the fight starts. And you can't hit Phantom Ganon, he has no hitbox. Morpha, however, does have a hitbox. Not a hitbox that you can damage, but a hitbox that you can at least pull towards you with the hookshot. So you can just repeatedly Weirdshot and try to pull Morpha towards you. If you do this just right, you can actually get Morpha inbounds. I'll try and see if I can get it. Oh, I actually got hit by Morpha when I did the weird shot. This can get kind of tricky. Oh my god, come on. Was that enough? I don't think that was quite enough. A little bit more.
This is for sure. Oh.
All right, here we go. And this should be enough to get
bit.
Morpha inbounds. Hitbox is barely inbounds. And now, there we go. Morpha's inbounds before the fight even starts. And you can't actually do anything with it. You can't damage Morpha. You can Megaflip off Morpha, I guess. You can do a little Megaflip like this. Morpha can damage you, but you can't damage Morpha.
Oh.
But yeah, kind of interesting. Okay, next glitch, I'm going to show a funny cutscene. So this is the Goron Ruby cutscene that you're supposed to watch as child. Not only am I adult, but I also have the iron boots on. And this causes this cutscene to be a bit funny. I'll just let it speak for itself. So child Link is screaming, and Link is running around wildly with iron boots. Okay, next glitch I'm going to show is called Action Swap. So the way this works is Link has to have some item in his hand, and then you try to take out another item, but it gets interrupted. So I'm going to pull out Slingshot, and I'm going to try to pull out Sword. And the sword didn't come out, and if I try to press it now, the sword comes out instantly with no animation. If I try to press it again, Link does this like weird slingshot animation. He kind of like shot a slingshot seed from his sword. And now if I try it again when I have no ammo, then it actually makes the Haunted Wasteland sound. So this is the sound you hear in the Haunted Wasteland, like the wind. And I'm going to try it with another item this time. I'm going to try it with Deku Stick. Here. So I'm going to try to light this Deku Stick right after I do Action Swap with it. And something weird's going to happen. It's going to turn upside down and inverted. And it's also really long now. And can reach all the way across the room. And can reach these really far things. Yeah, so you have this huge stick going in the opposite direction. It's got a huge hitbox. Oh yeah, you can also light that from far away. What was it?
It reminds me of like one of those like old guys in an anime that has like a walking stick. They use it to just attack enemies, and they would just like.
Oh yeah.
You know, I would see them coming from any direction.
Yeah, let me just show the hitbox for this thing. So let me pull up free camera. So. So you can see this is pretty long. It's way outside the room. That entire red thing is the hitbox. It is enormous. And it continues to grow. It continues to grow over time. It just continues to grow infinitely. Or I don't know about infinitely. I think it might eventually have a limit if you wait a super long time. All right, so next glitch I'm going to show is called Quick Put Away. So I'm going to pull out a bomb and pull out a Deku Stick. And right before the bomb hits me, I'm going to try to put away the Deku Stick. So it's invisible, but you can kind of see that Link is still holding something. So I didn't actually put it away. And if I press A now, he puts it away with no animation. Hence the name Quick Put Away. That's not the interesting part, though. The interesting part is what comes next. If I try to break the Deku Stick so that it doesn't do the full put away animation like normal, then something weird happens when I do a crouch stab. I can suddenly light torches with my sword. So doing that causes the game to set Link's crouch stab damage to a very severely glitched value that has a lot of different properties to it. So I just showed it has fire properties. It also has ice properties. I can freeze these floor razors here. So I'm going to bring up something on the screen real quick. Yeah. So this is all of the different damage types that this quick put away thing does. It does Deku Nut, Deku Stick slash, Slingshot, Boomerang, Master Sword slash, Big One Sword slash, Ice Arrows, Shadow Arrows, Din's Fire, Ice Magic, Unknown, Kokiri Sword Jump Attack, Big One Sword Jump Attack, and Unknown. So it does all of those in one attack. And you're also probably thinking, what is this with Shadow Arrows and Ice Magic? What are these things? So
yeah, and
the game
unknowns.
actually... Yeah, and the unknowns. So the game actually does have unused damage types for things that were probably cut in development before release, like Shadow Arrows. We actually do know that there is data for like stuff like Shadow Arrows, Spirit Arrows, and Wind Arrows in the game, as well as like Ice Magic, I think Light Magic and Wind Magic, something like that. And so they were taken out of the game eventually, but there's still like remnants of it that end up getting used in this glitch. They don't really have particular use with this glitch, but it is just a funny thing to mention that like we sort of can get access to those damage types in the actual game. And so so there's a few cool applications of this. One is with hovering. So I'm going to do quick put away out here. Gonna try to break my stick properly and then get ISG. Wait, I didn't do that right. Okay. Break it in the air, and then I'll wait for Navi to get ISG. So now if I pull out a bomb, it just explodes instantly. Like it doesn't even get a chance to come out because I have Din's Fire active in those damage types. The Din's Fire is blowing up the bomb instantly. So what I can do with hovering is I can just backflip, pull out a bomb, shield drop it, and instantly do this like for very easy hovering. So normally hovering like this isn't possible in OOT. You can do this in Majora's Mask. This is how regular hovering looks in Majora's Mask, but in regular Ocarina of Time this wouldn't work, except under this one specific condition with quick put away. So this is also very strong against certain enemies. I'm going to fight an Iron Knuckle with it right now. That wasn't it. Okay, so I'm gonna fight this Iron Knuckle, and 1, 2, 3 hits, and he's dead. So that killed him faster than even Big Goron Sword would.
Wow.
So this does 10 damage to Iron Knuckles, where even Big Goron Sword only does 8 damage. So unfortunately, it's not quite the most powerful thing in the game, like overall, because a lot of enemies have different priorities in how they deal with certain damage types. And because there's so many different damage types, a lot of enemies have different priorities where like certain other damage types take priority, and then like it doesn't really do that much damage, if at all. But Iron Knuckles is one that it does do a lot for. So the next thing, I'm going to combine it with Action Swap, the one I did back in Deku Tree with that big Deku stick. So I'm going to try to do that here. So I already have quick put away set up, and I'm setting up Action Swap now. So I just set up Action Swap there, trying to pull out the Deku stick as those Beamos were hitting my shield. I'm now going to light these torches with Din's Fire, and then light the stick that I just got. Or light the stick that I just did a quick put away with. So now I get that same inverted big stick. And I'm going to take this over to Shadow Trial. So I have 2 different glitches combined here. I have quick put away, which gives me the big inverted stick, and I have quick put away is the damage types, which gives me like the fire damage type and stuff, and action swap, which gives me the big inverted stick. So now I can do stuff like this, where I can light these torches from super far away. And I'm gonna go over here. There's another torch I can light over here. And I can use this for a very simple way to get gold gauntlets. Before I get this, one last time, I'm just going to show the stick length one last time with hitboxes. Just because it's so huge. There's the whole stick hitbox.
That's
all of that red
wild.
Is the hitbox.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That goes into the was that the main room that I saw in the background?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the little
like
beams there.
Yeah,
Yep.
all the beams of light. Okay, okay.
Okay, so now I'm going to show off some fun stuff with RBA. So as I showed earlier, back during the RBA section, you can like modify parts of your inventory. So one cool thing about RBAing with Kojiro, the blue Cucco on C right, this modifies your quiver and bomb bag. So when I catch the bugs on B with Kojiro on C right, if I check my quiver and bomb bag, I have a 40 bomb bag and a 30 bomb bag quiver. This is the quiver slot, but it has a 30 bomb bag there. The game interprets this as a glitched 20 arrow quiver, which is actually smaller than the normal minimum. The normal minimum is 30 for a quiver. So you have there's a glitched item that actually has lower than that. So, you know, I want to get a bigger quiver. I don't want this, you know, small 20 arrow quiver. So I'm going to try to win a quiver upgrade from this archery game. So I do this archery game well, then this guy should give me a quiver upgrade. Okay, I won. So where's my quiver? He's not giving it to me. But my A button says grab. So if I press A to grab, I pick up the archery guy. And I can just walk around with him. Yep, he has no legs. Most NPCs behind the counter in this game do not have legs. And I can get him right up and close to the camera.
Oh. Okay, Pat can see me. I've had my mouth open or my hands over my mouth for about a third of this episode. You just can't see it.
Yeah, I love these, but it gets, there's still a lot more to come.
I hated that.
This next one is probably the biggest fan favorite glitch of all. I think this is probably everyone's favorite glitch. This is probably the number one. So I want to win a quiver upgrade again. Still looking for that quiver upgrade. Hopefully this one is going to give me it. Oh my god, I'm actually going to fail this. Okay, I didn't fail.
Okay.
All right, so I won the quiver upgrade. She's not giving me anything, but this time my A button says open. So I'm going to press A, and I'm going to try to open something. Something down here I can open. And I'll pull out a spooky mask. And I can continue opening this. There's no limit. I can just continue pressing A to open it.
Link.
This actually is different on different versions. On certain versions, like the GameCube version, you actually pull out fire arrows from there.
Oh.
Which is really interesting. And if you get really complicated, it's a bit too complicated to get too much into detail, but there's also things you can do to manipulate the item value to different stuff like gold scale or heart piece or something like that. It's not really that useful, but it's like it's super complicated.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so even the girl who is in I think it's the Bombchus, like the girl who like kind of
the Bombchus
sways
girl,
back and forth, like she doesn't
have legs. No, I'll go show that right now.
She's just a torso who just waves back and forth.
Yep. Where is it? Bombchus bowling.
So if we were ever going to cosplay any of these characters. Oh, no.
Yeah. Cosplaying these characters might be a bit rough.
Just green screen the bottom half.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so here she is. Nothing.
Okay. Oh, no. I hate it.
It's great.
I hate it.
So actually, as a side note, it actually is fixed in Majora's Mask. In Majora's Mask, they actually gave them all legs, even though you still can't really see them. Yeah.
I need to look up the difference.
Yeah. Okay. So another RBA oddity I'm going to show. So I mentioned with Kojiro, I can give myself a bomb bag. Something weird happens if you have a bomb bag before you get the bomb chest in Dodongo's Cavern. So I open the chest. It looks normal at first. It says, I got a bomb bag. That's cool and everything. But when I pause here, suddenly my Bombchus are gone, and I have a bomb bag holds 20 in my Bombchu slot, and I can actually equip it as a C item. And if I use it, it acts like eye drops. It acts like eye drops from the end of the Big Orange Sword trading quest. So it's very strange. It's a very strange glitched item. It has one interesting thing you can do with it. So you can RBA it. You can equip it to a C button, so you can see if you can modify something cool with it. So if I drop bugs on B with that bomb bag on C right, it modifies my water temple keys. So I just got 29 water temple keys. A bit more than you really need.
Yeah.
So if you really want to maximize this, considering getting all of the keys in Water Temple and the possibility of RBing 31 keys, you can actually get up to 37 Water Temple keys, which is a bit overkill. There's actually an OOT category extensions category, like a little side category known as 37 Water Temple keys, where that is the goal. Just get 37 Water Temple keys.
Oh,
it's
that's
a
great.
pretty fun category.
I mean, this is a big enough game where you're going to have some of those categories on the side.
Yes, for sure.
Bits.
All right, so
chat,
now
we've had a lack of questions about the nuances of what's going on.
Yeah. This is like a sit back and enjoy it and just don't ask questions kind of point.
That's what I've been doing. Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to show off some fun things with some Kokiri NPCs. So this NPC is the same one from the beginning of the game who tries to block you from exiting Kokiri Forest. He's still trying to block you even as adult when he's laying down on the ground. If you haven't beaten Deku Tree yet. So you can just slide along the ground like this, and he can actually fall out of bounds like that.
Oh no.
Poor guy.
Is he gone forever?
Until you reload the area, yeah.
Okay.
So also, there's this guy here. So on my C-Right item, is Broken Goron Sword, which, as I explained earlier, when I do RBA with it, it modifies my medallions. So when I dump my bugs here, I'm going to delete my Forest Medallion, because Forest Medallion actually affects like certain things that should happen in the area. So when I lose my Forest Medallion, the Kokiri kid sinks into the ground and just falls. And yeah, he just goes down. And I can cheat to go through the ground and check out where he is. I'm falling a little bit faster than him, but we're both falling. We're both heading towards the abyss.
Oh my! Is this just make all the Kokiri children disappear?
Actually, only that one guy.
Oh, only the other one fell to the floor. Yeah,
that one poor guy. All right, so now I'm going to try to equip the Gerudo mask as adult. So Gerudo mask is supposed to be a child only. All the masks are supposed to be child only. So it doesn't look like adult is actually wearing anything when he puts it on, but he can put it on. It has a really strange thing that happens as adult though, where it lights things up. So like if you see in the distance, there's some doors that just light up when I put on the mask.
Oh.
And it's really strange. This only happens as adult, and adult isn't supposed to equip the Gerudo mask in the first place. So it's a really strange phenomenon that happens. Also, that tree gets lit up. Yeah, it doesn't happen for everything, but just some things. And ironically, one thing that this is most interesting for is the Haunted Wasteland, where putting on the Gerudo mask lights up the flagpoles and very easily shows you the path through the wasteland. Which is pretty weird considering it's, you know, the Gerudo area, the Gerudo mask helping you through this area. Although, of course, this is never supposed to happen in regular game, the regular game
like,
logic.
No way that's intended.
Yeah, it definitely not intended, but just a really weird coincidence. Really weird thing that can happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Gerudo Fortress's Child. So I showed earlier how you can get to Gerudo Fortress's Child when you're not supposed to be here. There's some interesting differences. There's like no guards hanging around out here. And this chest that normally has a heart piece in it as adult, the chest is still here, but what it has inside it is a bit different. It actually has an odd mushroom for some reason. We have no idea why, but you can get an odd mushroom from the chest. Also, above the jail is a heart piece. And that heart piece is not there as adult. That is an extra heart piece that only child can get. And so to get it, I'm going to try to do a Megaflip through this wall. I'm going to Megaflip straight through the wall. Come back out here. And there's a heart piece. And so this is known as the 37th heart piece because there's normally supposed to be 36 heart pieces in the game, but including this one, there's actually 37. And there's actually more that I'll actually be getting to soon.
Somebody also asked about dying in the wasteland to get rid of the sandstorm.
Oh, sure. I can show that off real quick.
Sweet.
Yeah, so you see there's a big sandstorm here. If you die, I'm just going to use this to cheat my health down to 0. So if you die and just respawn normally in the wasteland, there's just no wind anymore. So I respawn, and now there's no wind, much easier visibility. Yeah, it's not really much more than that. Pretty interesting. You can get through the wasteland much easier to see everything going on. You still hear the sound, though. There's the sound of the wind, but then nothing actually happens. Okay, so there's a fairly well-known Easter egg where the Gerudo that gives you the Gerudo card will wear your the same color as your tunic, or in this case, the gauntlets, because I actually have gold gauntlets. She's wearing gold gauntlets color. But she actually will also change to the color of bombs. So now she has bomb pants on.
Why does she do that?
I don't know.
I've never seen. I did not know that.
Yeah. You can die normally in the wasteland. Yeah, I just cheated to make it faster. Okay, so now I'm going to show off some cool wrong warps that I didn't get to show earlier. So this first wrong warp, I'm going to set Furrow's Wind outside of this tent in Gerudo Valley. And then I'm going to warp to that Furrow's Wind point from Dodongo's Cavern. So again, for a wrong warp to work, it's going to try to load the Goron Ruby cutscene at the same time that I'm warping away back to the tent. This causes the game to load a completely different area. This is Zora's Fountain. Except things are a little bit different here. So Jabu, when he opens his mouth, has a second set of teeth. So there's actually 2 Jabus there. And there's a pedestal in front of Link that you can see. That's an Ocarina pedestal. That's not used in the final game. It can be seen in like some beta screenshots, but isn't in like the normal final game. But in this beta area, this is like a beta area of Zora's Fountain, and we can still see it. And so this is the cutscene where Jabu's trying to suck Link in, and this lasts for like a minute. So I'm gonna wait here for a little bit. Eventually it'll end. I can actually just use a cheat to get out of this. But yeah, so now I can walk around here, and this area actually has a high tendency to crash. So this might crash in a second. Sometimes the walls don't exist, so I can just walk through the wall there.
Whoa.
Yeah, the collision in this area is super wonky. If I try to use collision view, oh, now it actually looks more normal. Okay, this area is like different every time I come in here. Sometimes things are different than the last time I was here. But yeah, there's some other differences. There's Tektites when there's not supposed to be. There's some Octoroks where there's not supposed to be. You can check out Jabu's extra fins. Hopefully I won't crash. Usually, like, swimming around this area might crash. You can also see some extra fish in the water. Yeah, I guess I'll just end it there before it crashes. So now I'm going to do another wrong warp. This is going to be a wrong warp from the Jabu blue warp. This one's a bit more complicated because of Gerudo being in the blue warp. Gerudo wanting to talk actually makes wrong warping from here a lot more complicated. First, I'm going to use Din's fire to be able to move around while she's like kind of trapping me in the blue warp. So you can see how like I'm now, I keep getting warped back to where she is. Then I'm going to pull out a Bombchus and let her talk to me. And I want the Bombchus to blow up at just the right time so I can die. I'm going to die, the blue warp's going to start going, and this should cause a wrong warp. The game is going to try to load going back to the beginning of Jabu, but playing the Zora's Sapphire cutscene. And I'm going to load into Jabu. So there actually is a cutscene in Jabu, so it's just going to play the cutscene in Jabu that is associated with that cutscene number. This is the cutscene where Gerudo finds the Zora Sapphire. This is right before the big Octo fight. So Gerudo's not there, which is a little strange, but other than that, this seems normal so far. So there's not really anything else to do in here, so I'm just going to leave. And this is where things start to get a little bit weird. So this tentacle is actually a different color than usual. That's not too strange though, but this door is very off-center. Doesn't really work properly because opening that door loaded that room up there. And if I try to go up here, so this is beta Jabu. This is an unused beta version of Jabu that has a bunch of weird differences from normal. I'm going to climb up here. You can also see the sun here. The sun is somehow shining in Jabu. Sometimes you can see the moon. I think it's just not in the right position. So this area doesn't load properly. I'm going to fall down here.
Gross.
Yeah. And going in here, there's water here, but it's invisible. Nothing too much to show in this room right now. But if I go in this next room, I'm going to go in this next room and look up. You see there's a water texture all the way at the top of the room. There's not actually water that extends that high. There's just like some texture all the way at the top. Maybe it might imply that there was originally going to be some like higher water in Jabu at some point in development. Also, if I go back into this room, if I go in the water now, the water actually extends way higher. I can now float up through the ceiling. There's like a little clip I can do through the ceiling here. And if I continue to float up, I will eventually hit a loading zone. And this loading zone is the loading zone to the boss, and I go straight back to the boss room. But there's still a bit more I want to show off in Jabu. So,
like how...
the game crashed.
Oh.
I think that was just a random crash. Occasionally, the game will randomly crash. I should be able to get back to that quickly, though. Not too big of a deal. Yeah, I guess I should mention, I'm playing on the Wii Virtual Console version right now. This version is, for the most part, pretty good, but has an occasional tendency to randomly crash for no reason. It doesn't happen that often. I estimate that, like, in regular speedrunning, like, if you speedrun fairly frequently, you might get one every, like, 2 months or so. So it's, kind of unexpected, but I don't know if it could have been something I did, or it could have just been or it could have been a random crash. So back here, so the tentacle changed color again. So the only way to get through this tentacle is by dying and getting revived by a fairy. This is again still in the beta Jabu area. And so I want to go into this door. So this door has a chest that's not in here in the normal game. And when I open this chest, it's going to give me a special item. It's going to give me another heart piece. So this is the 38th heart piece. So this is the second of... yes, actually one more, which is the next one. So I'm going to set Wind in Graveyard. And this is going to be one last wrong warp. All right, so this is going to be another one from the wrong warp with Gerudo. So I have to do this Din's Fire thing again so I can gain control. And then I'll also need to die and get revived. So by doing this, I'll be able to use Furrow's Wind right after I close her text box. I missed it. It's a 1-frame window, actually, for this. So I'm going to return to Furrow's Wind right as the cutscene's about to start. And this is going to wrong warp me back into the graveyard. But it's going to play a cutscene this time. So this cutscene that's playing is the cutscene where you play Zelda's Lullaby to open up the Sunsong grave. And then there's like a thunderstorm, and the thunder blows up the grave. So this is all normal so far, but just like the wrong warp to the Jabu area, this is not the normal graveyard. This is a slightly different version of it. There's actually not as much different in this version, but there is another one of those chests. And if I hookshot over to this chest, there's also an extra gravestone there, which is interesting. So we hookshot over to this chest. Oh my god. Come on. It's all the way in the back, so it's a bit hard to reach. But yeah. So I open this chest, and this is another heart piece. This is the 39th heart piece. So that
there has to be one more.
No, unfortunately no. That is the so there's 39 total unique heart pieces. So there's something that people sort of call the 40th heart piece. It's not really a 40th heart piece, but there's one thing you can wrong warp to in Kokiri Forest where when you walk into a certain area, you'll just see a heart piece appear above Link's head. It's not an actual heart piece that like goes into your inventory or anything. It's just like a graphic that appears above his head. It's sometimes called the 40th heart piece, but I don't think it's, really right to call it that because it doesn't go in your inventory.
Bummer.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to show setting Furrow's Wind in some weird places now. So I'm going to set Furrow's Wind in Market. And Market normally has, this fixed camera view. But if you warp back to Furrow's Wind with it, the fixed camera view is broken. And now you get the regular camera view. And it looks like everything is just sliding around. And it's super weird. Because the pre-rendered picture in the background is just static. So if I can turn collision view on so you can kind of see how it normally looks, so it doesn't look as strange, but then turn it back off and
still walking through the city, it's just the background is not moving with you.
Yeah. And then I'm going to go through here. So all the collision and loading zones work fine and everything. So this area is also weird when I use Furrow's Wind. So I'm going to use Furrow's Wind here and warp back to it. A little bit different though. When I warp back here, it's just green polygons. You don't get to see the pre-rendered background image. You just see some green polygons and a door.
Wow, oh my gosh.
That's
so odd.
Yeah. Okay, so next I'm going to show a super old trick. Some people might know about it. This is probably one of the oldest glitches ever found in this game. This is the gold Skulltula dupe. So right now I have 23 gold Skulltulas. And I'm going to go in this hole. Kill this gold Skulltula over here. Try to grab it with the boomerang and then go back in the light here. And I'm going to grab it right before I leave. And if I check my Skulltula count, it counted. I have 24 now. But the game didn't actually get to the point where it says, okay, the gold Skulltula should no longer be available. So the gold Skulltula is still there. So I can kill it again, get another Skulltula. And you can repeat that over and over again for infinite gold Skulltulas. That's actually really slow though. We have a much better method of duplicating Skulltulas. It's not quite infinite, but it will get you to what you need a lot faster. And to do this, I'm going to go to Lost Woods. So here in Lost Woods, there's a gold Skulltula up on a ledge to my right. And I want to duplicate that Skulltula. So what I'm going to do is, in Lost Woods, there are these black loading zones in between all the areas. And if you hit those loading zones from behind, it'll load the same area that you're already in a second time. And it'll load everything in there a second time. So that means if I hit this load trigger from behind, then another Skulltula should appear. So I'm going to hover out of bounds. And after hovering out of bounds, I should be behind the load trigger, and I should be able to make another Skulltula. So I get down here, and I walk forward, and another Skulltula loads, and I'm going to start side hopping. And every 2 side hops I do, another Skulltula is going to load. So I can just keep adding them over and over and over and over again.
So we've seen something like this before at another GDQ as well.
Yes, I actually did this in my 100% no source requirement speedrun at GDQ 2020.
Right.
This is used in that category to get 100 Skulltulas super quickly. So I didn't max out. So I didn't max out the Skulltulas that I could get here. I only got about, I think, 25 or 26 just to speed this up. Also, this is sort of a version difference. The Wii VC version, which I'm playing on right now, cannot actually get as much as the GameCube version. This version can get, I think, max out at like 70, and the GameCube version maxes out at 97. It's just shy of 100, but I mean, it's not hard to get 3 more. So I just showed my Skulltula count there. I was at 23. Pause again. Now 49. So I just got a bunch of Skulltulas all at once.
Awesome. So it looks like we still might have a lot left to show. I wanted to check on your progress and what else
this is actually pretty close. This is actually pretty close to over. I want to say we have about 10 minutes left.
10 minutes left? Okay. All right. Just wanted to check because it was about time to get up, take a break. But
yeah. Okay.
All right.
So next I'm going to go to oops. So I can do a similar thing for heart pieces. So there's no heart piece in Lost Woods that you can dupe, but there is a Skull Kid, and the Skull Kid gives you a heart piece for playing Saria's song for him. This is also a glitch that I did in that 100% no source requirement run at GDQ a few years ago. So you can hover up here, and this is going to let me get past the load zone behind here. And now I'm going to try to load a bunch of Skull Kids again. So I'm going to keep doing this over and over. I'm going to try to load about 25. And so every extra Skull Kid that gets loaded is another heart piece I could get. Eventually I'm going to stop. I'm going to try to go over here and start playing Saria's song for the Skull Kid. But something happens, so the game screen just froze. That is not like any capture issues or stream issues. The game screen is actually frozen. There are so many Skull Kids on the screen that the game can't render them all right now. And so the game screen freezes, but continues to play the game properly. And so I just played Saria's song twice. You would play Saria's song the number of times for the heart pieces you would want. I'm not going to do it too long because, you know, I just want to demonstrate the trick. But I just did it twice. You also need to talk to Skull Kid to actually get the heart pieces. So right now, I'm actually talking to Skull Kid. You can't see it, but I'm talking to him. And then I can get out of that range again, go back on the stump, and then I'll receive my heart pieces. You can't see it, but I promise I'm getting them. Yeah. And then eventually back to normal-ish. So you could do that for a lot more heart pieces. I just only did it for 2, just for demonstration purposes. Okay, so so that method of heart piece duping, you can't get infinite heart pieces with it, but you can get a lot. But this is a method where you actually can get infinite heart pieces. So there is this guy on the roof in Kakariko Village, and if you talk to him, he says, "Hey, nice to meet you, I'll give you a heart piece." So what I just did there is I held target while climbing up the ledge, and I continued holding target. This actually delays him giving me the heart piece. And what I'm going to do is I got out of his range, and when the camera turns back towards him, he's going to come back in range to give me the heart piece. But I only want him to be in range for 1 frame. So I'm going to turn around very briefly for a frame. He was loaded, which let me get the heart piece, but then the camera continued to move a little bit more, which unloaded him. This made it so the game couldn't actually set the flag that said that the guy has given me the heart piece, which means that if I talk to him again, he says, "Hey, good to see you, I'll give you another heart piece." And so you can do this over and over. And there's another interesting thing you can do with that. Oops. I have so many save states, I'm like mixing up some of the stuff I have to do.
Yeah, this is a lot of work. Like super props to you. This is awesome.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to do the same thing again, but this time I'm not gonna try to dupe the heart piece. I just want to drop down and move away. And so what I want to do here is I want to grab the heart piece as I'm falling out of bounds. So I'm going to clip out of bounds here. And I want to turn the camera so that Link is going to turn the camera, face the guy, get the heart piece as I'm falling out of bounds. So I just got a heart piece, and that was supposed to complete my next heart. I had 3 heart pieces. This should give me 4 and complete my next heart. But I fell out of bounds and I voided out, and I didn't actually get my full heart. And if I check my heart pieces, I now have this many heart pieces in my inventory. So this is actually what 4 heart pieces looks like. You're just never supposed to see it since you instantly get your full heart. So interesting things happen when you pick up more heart pieces with this. So I'm going to come over here and grab this heart piece. And this should be my, I guess, 5th heart piece because I have 4. It will say that I get a full heart container, but won't actually give me a full heart container. So what's weird here is the game is going to start giving me glitch text for the number of hearts I have. So I'm just going to use this to increase my heart piece counter. I could do this normally, but this is just faster for demonstration purposes. So I get another heart piece after 5. It'll say, I got the boss key. That's clearly not a boss key.
Okay.
This one says, nope, I don't have enough rupees. And this is also a soft lock. I can't close this text box.
Oh.
This one says, all right, I'm done. Please wait while I set up your next challenge. Also a soft lock.
What's that from?
I think that's from the archery game.
Okay.
And then this one, bombs. If I want to buy bombs.
Oh, this seems normal to me.
Oh yeah, totally normal. Okay, let me do this. Okay. This one is going to say I got the gold scale. This doesn't actually give me the gold scale. It just gives me the text box, but it's kind of interesting. This one is nice. It won't open.
It won't open. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
All right. There's a few more, but some of them are not too interesting. All right, so now I'm gonna go fight Twinrova. So here in this Twinrova fight, I have Twinrova at very low health. She's gonna die in 1 more hit. And what I specifically want to do is I want to hit Twinrova. I want to kill Twinrova while the beam is still shooting out of my shield. And you can kind of see there the blue, like the ice beam that was coming out of my shield, still had like that effect on Twinrova. So I hit Twinrova again with the beam right as she died. What this does is it sets this 10,000 frame counter for like saying that she has to be stunned for this amount of time. And 10,000 frames ends up being about 8 minutes. So if you wait after the fight ends for just about 8 minutes, then something weird happens. I'm going to wait for a few seconds. And then there's a weird sound. So something happened. I'm going to turn on hitboxes here. Oh my god, a hitbox just appeared.
Oh.
And Twinrova's attacking now, except she's not attacking from the direction that the hitbox is coming from. She's attacking from the same direction as where she died from. So this is invisible Twinrova. So if you just wait for 8 minutes or so, she just comes back to life and starts attacking you again.
If you hit her at the same time, if you like kill her at the same time that you've hit with the shield, you said, right?
Yeah.
It's so weird.
And she can still die again. I'm actually trying to kill her if I actually would get good luck and keep getting the wrong one. Here we go.
Yeah.
And then she dies again, and you can repeat the whole process because she again dies in one hit. And she is invisible. Like I was just using the Hitbox Viewer, but she is invisible normally. And you can repeat the process again and again. Also, one fun thing I wanted to note is that at the very end of this cutscene, Twinrova says in English. I guess I didn't really prepare this, but at the end of the cutscene in English, Twinrova says, "I'll come back to haunt you." And so it's actually literally true. They actually come back.
And that looks like two of our containers.
Unintentionally accurate, yeah.
Like multi-spawning.
Yeah. So every time you kill Twinrova, another heart piece and blue warp spawns. So there's, I think, 5 hearts here. I'm just gonna keep collecting these hearts. And when you get more than 20 hearts, your second row of hearts keeps extending.
Just go.
Yeah, it just keeps going. And then the blue warps. So something really fun can be done with these blue warps. So I'm going to set up for what looks like a setup for like a wrong warp or something. So I'm going to catch a fish here. And I'm going to do Ocarina items on the edge of the blue warp. This will actually take a bit longer than usual because it's essentially playing the cutscene for like every single blue warp that's there.
5 in a row, yeah.
Yeah. And so when blue warps start, Link will kind of like spin in the blue warp, and the spin of each blue warp gets added to Link. So when you start lifting off, Link is going to start spinning really, really fast. This is the spin of multiple blue warps all added up. And, did I not? I was supposed to save state. There's one more thing I want to show with this. I forgot to save state like after this extra long cutscene.
No worries. It's just trying its best.
Trying its best, yeah. And yeah, it does take 8 minutes for each heart container. And so you can also like jump off and fly and do a jump slash, and you jump slashing while spinning looks fantastic. And then also just a close-up view while Z-targeted. You get super close-up Link spinning. So I showed multiple different ways to get a lot of different hearts. So some people are probably thinking, what happens if you get a whole lot of them? So this is what happens when you keep getting hearts. I think this is like 160-something hearts or so. Your second row of hearts just keeps extending and eventually wraps around the screen and goes back over your first row of hearts.
It's like Lesser Dog. Yeah, it's very...
Yeah, and so I want to save and reset, and I want to show the file select screen. So this is what file select looks like with lots of hearts. The hearts are just all over the place. They're going over the medallions and stuff. They're just choosing a place and having fun with it.
It's gonna be like your Valentine's Day special.
Yeah.
File.
Actually, speaking of a Valentine's Day special, this is actually an Ocarina of Time 3D related thing, but it's good to mention. So in Ocarina of Time, normally for the Dampe heart piece digging, I didn't really prepare showing this off, but it's a fun story. For the Dampe heart piece digging game, if you dig up the heart piece and leave the area normally, then the heart piece actually doesn't come back, and you just like miss out on the opportunity to get the heart piece at all. In Ocarina of Time 3D, they fixed it so that you can't forever lose the heart piece. They actually fixed it too well though, so that you can always get the heart piece from Dampé. It's never impossible to get. So you can get the heart piece from Dampé over and over again. And the Ocarina of Time 3D speedrunning community came up with a fantastic idea where they have a race called Dampé's Valentine, where the goal is get 20 hearts from Dampé, all from Dampé heart pieces, and they race it every Valentine's Day.
How?
And it's like that. 5 hours. It's like 5 hours of just Dampé digging, and it's pretty bad.
That's fantastic.
All right, so nearing the end here, I just have 2 more things I'm going to show off. Here in Ganon's Castle, I'm going to do another method to clip out of bounds. I'm going to grab this very corner here and have this bomb boost me out of bounds. And normally there's this like Deku Scrub, secret Deku Scrub shop that you can get to over here. There's a load trigger that loads that area. I'm going to try to hit that load trigger from behind by doing a super slide with hover boots. And so now I can load this area from this direction. And when I go through here, things are going to get really messed up. There are some really weird textures going on here.
Yeah, I've seen this before,
everything.
Yeah.
This got messed up pretty bad. And sometimes, I can't really get this to happen consistently, but sometimes there's a secondary effect that can happen. I'll see if I can mess around to get it. Sometimes it doesn't happen. If what I want happens, there's this really thick pink fog that happens, and like the whole screen is just permanently pink. That's all you can see.
Oh.
All right, so I couldn't get it to happen, but I could load multiple Ganon barriers. The barrier now is like super thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, so cool, just interesting visual glitches here. Mm-hmm. And now I'm going to do one last glitch. Ooh. And to do it, I'm going to go to the very beginning. So this is right at the beginning of the game, right as you exit Link's house. And I'm going to do the fastest glitch that you can possibly do in the game. The very first glitch that you can do. I'm going to do a setup here. Get in the right place. I'm going to come into this water, and I'm going to dive, and the game crashes. And that's it. The game just crashes. For some reason, if you do like a very shallow dive in certain places, the game will just crash.
Because it like can't handle it?
I really don't know why. I think there's probably a technical reason known. I don't know what it is.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So I guess that would be time?
Yes, that's time. That will be the end. I'll mute the stream so that crash sound doesn't annoy everyone.
New record! This has been really, really fantastic. My mind is blown. I've been giggling a lot. Like it's lots of good things. Lots of good things tonight.
Yeah,
I really appreciate all of the work. Yeah, you what?
I was just gonna say thanks. Yeah, like I was really interested in doing this. It's actually something I've wanted to do on my own for a while, and so like when I heard that like GDQ was gonna do something like this, I'm like, oh, this is a great opportunity to do something I've been putting off for like 5 years.